And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So today will be a visual novel. By the way, so far I might be played 2 visual novels so far. Yeah, that's right, the first one was for PlayStation 1, Mondoki no Vampires, something about vampires. And the second was second part of Chrono series, Radical Dreamers. So today I got this game, like, it was recommended to me. I knew nothing about it, and it's not even a game FAQ website. So it's a web one. It was created on Unity. It has several episodes. It has puzzle in it. And let's see what is this. Okay, it's in the middle of the screen. And it's good that it's 4x3, so almost fit in this screen and chat and so on. Okay, sound is working. Let me check that everything is working on my stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing. Well, the music maybe... No, it should be okay, it's just very, like, ambient music or something. Let's see, what do they have? Text speed. Maybe let's set it to maximum. I'm not sure. Text box transparency, character voice. There's voices. Okay, on. There will be no voices. I will simply read them. If they will just wait. It's actually might be better if there will be a voice over. But wait a second. What is double quotes? Maybe there's no voices. Okay, I will read everything. Not the first time. Music volume. Sound effects volume. Checking the stream, and I believe this is more than enough. We don't need to reset extras. Finish episode 2 to unlock. Latest change log. Finish episode 1 to unlock. Catch up those. Oh, it's like a Mass Effect, right? Alright, because there's no saves, so maybe... Well, should save in the cache or something. Now why is there no Starboard chapter select? Lost you data. Click here. Okay, the 4 elements of elements. The 4 elements hotel. Let's see. Well, the game must have puzzles. I hope. I don't want to just read it non-stop. I also try to check their long playing time. There's no the progressions, it's very good. So it was, as I remember, but I didn't check what was inside. So it was 15 hours, but maybe they didn't read anything and just skip it. I don't know, I didn't try to spell this game. So what's your name? Excuse me? I know nothing about you. I'd like to remedy that. So what's your name? Ink? What a strange name. My name is Ink. Wait a second, never heard about it. What an unusual name. And where are you from, Ink? From Belbridge? Wait a second, Belbridge. Is it in the United States? Or Canada? I don't know. Well, it sounds like... No, it's not England. Still there, unfortunately, I'm enrolled in the local university. Oh, Belbridge. Quite little town, isn't it? Nice and quiet. For the most part, yeah, quite. Do you like it there? No, not really. The second I graduate, I'm out of here. Usually people are going to the university to escape their current town, so it might be your own town because you don't have money to live in some other place or something. Oh, I don't know. Until then, my life is going to consist of good books and cheap beer. What? Drinking beer, is it allowed? Wait a second. University. It's from 8 until 21? You are not allowed to drink beer. If it's United States. I see. So, do you hear the wind? Kinda, I can hear you just fine, but the wind sounds sort of muffled, distant. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? I'm dreaming. Things don't need to make sense. Oh, How can you be so sure that you're dreaming? I see some face. It's too dark. I don't know how it's on stream. Let me see. It's not visible at all on my phone. So I don't know. Oh, here it is. Well, for starters, I'm looking myself square in the eye right now. I mean, unless there are two of me, that isn't possible. And there's only one in Greer. Trust me, I checked. Is it a woman? Man, I do not understand. Hello? Oh, someone's calling for you, it seems. Hey, wake up! So it was a dream. It was maybe him? I don't know. Thanks for the chat. Or her maybe. Well, Ink. Sounds like a male name, I don't know. Come on. Ink's cheek stunk. Oh, there's also animation? Hey, there's also 3D stuff? I thought it's visual novel with only 2D pictures, etc. But this is kinda unusual. Ink found herself sitting upright and wait, look, wind disappeared. And what is in the background? I cannot read this. D-I something. Or maybe this is corners. Ink found himself sitting upright on a cheap mattress. How do you know this? What is a cheap? No idea. How buried in sheets and tore all over. He went for a twist and stretch, placing a hand on his aching back. I want to give myself a round of applause. Falling asleep fully closed, jacket, and everything that's a new low. I must pass it right out. He took a moment to compose himself. As he wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes were drawn to a figure sitting next to him. What the heck is this? Well, it's definitely not an anime style. Anyway, it was a girl, still drowsy, and started her in a hazy stupor. Morning, stranger. Sorry about the whole pinching you awake thing. You're a heavy sleeper, I guess. Anyway, I know this is sort of sudden, but I was hoping you know what's going on. Where are you exactly? The question caught Ink off guard. He did his best to ignore what he assumes was a hangover, and tried to come up with an answer. Wait a second, where am I? Oh, this also... I can look around. Wonderful. Well, it's definitely not a 3DS, but okay. A hotel? What is this ceiling? What is this? Oh, it's auto progress. No, we are not going to auto progress or skip anything. Usually auto progress is so fast that I cannot even read. Catch up with this. It's a little old-fashioned, but there's no mistaking it. How the hell did I end up in a hotel? I got smashed. What? How to auto progress? Are you okay? You seem really out of it. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a bit disoriented. That's all. Wait a second. Can I auto progress with keyboard? Seems really out. Wait a second. We can switch. Ah, we can repeat. Isaac got smashed last night. Oh, this is very good if we miss something. But what's the progress? I don't want to try. I don't want to skip anything. And mouse is okay. And can I click on the right? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just bit with sword and that's all. No, must click here. Ink examined this new companion. Who is she? Maybe Space. Yes. But I believe the keyboard will be louder. Did I sleep with you or something? I mean, that's be the obvious assumption. I guess there's only one way to know for sure. Listener, do you remember anything from last night? Well, the girl trade off. Ink couldn't help but steal an admiring glance during the silence. She sure is cute, whoever she is. I wonder where we met. Ink was desperate to know more about her. He could make a quick guess. Judging from her age and appearance, he had a hunch that she too was a student of Belbridge University. You probably met on campus. No, wait, that couldn't have been it. If you got a room, then we must have met downtown somewhere. Why can't I remember anything? I'm sorry, I can't remember a single thing about last night, and I'm pretty sure I don't know you either. She can't remember anything either, huh? Give me a break. Wink managed to crack a smile in spite of his frustration. The least he could do was try to say something to try and, well, what is this? The uneasy feeling in his gut. And there's a choice! Oh gosh, it's a very important choice. You'll affect the ending? I don't know. Might as well introduce myself. I mean, well, as this is awkward and this isn't what it looks like. Wait a second. The least he could do was try to say something to try and quell the uneasy feeling on his gut. Maybe like an every modern RPG, there's some like points that can rise our, I don't know, points against some of the character. And in this case, no, this is what it looks like. So you must introduce myself. You're going to win the game. You're not trying to roleplay some bad guy. Okay, I'm Ink. Well then, it's nice to meet you, Ink. You know, I don't get nice to meet you all that often. Most people just comment on how weird my name is. If it makes you feel any better, my name is pretty weird too. Is it? That's why it's not very centered. How about now? I'm Edna? Not well. Must admit I haven't met, but I still don't know how to pronounce this correctly. I must admit I haven't met anyone by the name of Ether before. Like it so, is it spelled Ether? Yep, you wouldn't believe how many people pronounce it wrong. I still don't know how to pronounce, nobody said it. The two shared a gentle laugh. Ink slumped back onto the headrest and sank into uncomfortable silence. Alright, Ink, let's retrace our steps a bit. What's the last thing you remember before waking up? Let's see. Ink scratched his head. The simple task of remembering was proving more difficult than he had anticipated. I guess I don't remember going to bed, so I can't rule out the possibilities that I had gone out drinking and got a week off after all. Wait, what am I even saying? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on, I'm pretty sure today is 19th. Most students have the week off. Oh yeah, were you out for a night on the town? That's the thing, I told myself I wouldn't be going out this week. I was going to use the time to catch up on schoolwork. I'm pretty sure that last night I was holed up in my room studying. Nerd. Pretty lame, And why did you skip it? What kind of student actually spends his week of studying? I usually don't. No, that's not it. If yesterday was 19th, then I don't think I went out either. If neither of us were out last night, then what are we doing here? Is today even 19th? I guess I had better make sure. Wait a second, this game is like Zero Escape. Very strange. Might be Zero Escape. One wait. And lifted himself on the bed. It was only when he was standing up that he realized something was off. Ink could usually feel the weight of his cell phone, wallet, and keys on his person, but today he felt especially light. He patted himself down, but it did no good. His jacket pockets had nothing in them. Never place belongings into the jacket pockets because it's easy that they will be stolen. Always put it in your pants, right? Well, in English, pants means pants. In Japanese, for some reason, it's underwear. Ink scanned the room, searching the bed, floor, and armor. What is this? For his belongings? Maybe this thing, I'm not sure. Never heard that it was called armor, or what is this? He came up empty. Damn it. Where's all my stuff? Curiously, Ink did find something tucked away in his jeans pocket. He reached for it. 3 of 19. Wait a second, it's March 19, 2019. Contact. But it can be 3 of 19, or even 79, by the way. And yes, 2079. No, it's definitely a date. The object he pulled out was alien to him. The device, which resembled an old PDA, had the date written across the screen. So it's actually 79. It can't be 79. It looks like 1. 379? What the hell? No, it must be 1, not 7. Way now out of this. Wait a second. If it's 79. So actually, you know, how many days in March? 31. So 79 minus 31, it's 48. It's another month of 30. March, April. So it's May. Where's my calculator? 79 minus 31 minus 30. It's May 18. Good. Or around there, I'm not very sure. Well, I know that when you're programming a calendar, this might happen. So it's March 19th. That's one problem solved. Or May 18th. But what is this thing and where's my phone? Don't tell me you got one too. This isn't mine. My phone looks nothing like this. Oh, she wasn't kidding. She's got the exact same model. My smartphone seems to have been swapped out for one of these, whatever it is. By the way, her music is kinda bit loud, so let me check the level of my voice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing, testing, testing. And I believe it's nice. Well, on my phone, of course, he's actually like rising the voice level, but I don't care. Really? That is too weird. Think we're handing them out somewhere. I'm sucker for free stuff. I don't know about that. Making them in the PDA further, it appeared that the only menu option was contact. This device has had like 99% with switches remote. It's only letting me go to the contacts menu. Oh, scratch that. Contact menu. Singular. I've seen rotary phones with more features than this old thing. Oh, well, let's see if contact actually does anything. Sinword. In soon released, why the word contact wasn't pluralized. There was but a single name in the contact list, Sinword. Scene, finally something familiar. Familiar? This is familiar? Not quite sure. Scene? Who's that? He's a good friend of mine. I'm gonna text him and see if he knows what happened last night. He might have the scoop on these PDAs as well. Is it? Where is it? Oh, I see. Something the matter? Nothing really, just that the only person in my PDS contact list is my dad. Did you shoot him a text? Nah, he'd be pretty mad if I told him I woke up in a hotel with some boy I don't know. Maybe I should send him something anyway, he might be worried about you. Yeah, you're probably right. Let's see if this thing actually works. Sin, this is Link. You there? And he's actually typing right away? It's impossible. Nobody is checking immediately what's going on with their phone. Can be any kind of notification, no? And we must literally sit and wait until he actually type, or I must click the space. Let's click it. Yes. In, what is this? What's this what? What's this? What with this PDA? Did you put it here? What do you mean? Weren't you the ones that left it with me? What the hell are you talking about? This piece of junk was in my mailbox this morning, no return address. 1 second. And in this case, why Sin didn't write us first? It's kinda strange. You're the only name in the contact list and it doesn't seem to be able to do anything except send and receive text from you. I tried, okay, you tried texting you earlier to ask you about it, but you never got back to me. Am I wrong in assuming that this is from you? You still there, bro? Yeah, I just don't know what to say. Is this some kind of prank? Prank? You're the one who's pulling my leg, buddy. Cut the crap, just tell me what happened last night. Honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about, not sure how I wound up with this thing. I assumed you knew something since your name was in the contact list. By the way, how can we know that this is actually Sin, and not a number who is pretending to be Sin and will pretend to be a dad of this girl? Isn't it? It's possible. Let me get this straight. You somehow wound up with a PDA that doesn't belong to you, which you're using to text me right now, is it correct? Yep. Then we are in the exact same situation. I also have a PDA of a known region that can only send and receive text from you. You sure? I don't know what this is, but sounds like sure. Of course I'm serious. Serious, it's serious. Never heard about this. Are you being serious? This isn't another one of your jokes? This is a negative, Brando. Trust me, I'm just as confused as you are. Remember what you were doing last night? Yeah, I was bar hopping with some of my other friends. Nothing out of the ordinary. Don't remember running into you, though? Well, if you tell us the truth, then someone must have given one of these to each of us. Word, do you have any idea where they came from? Not sorry? By the way, where are you right now? Dorm? And did anything out of the ordinary happen to you today? Nah, I've just been shitposting you know well more. What? Why do you ask? I'm in a hotel with some girl I've never met. Not sure how I got here. Ah, how'd you like it, lady? She must be real special if she got you to leave your room on a weekday. Proud of you. Hey, it's not like that. I don't remember anything from last night. Neither does she. Sure, buddy. Come back to campus. I want to have a chat with you about your lady friend. Once I get my bearings, I'll be heading back. Anyway, text me if you remember anything about this PDS. TTYL? What is this? Again, never heard about this. See ya. See ya. Taking the PDA back into his pocket, in turn to his new acquaintance. It's suspected that she may not have contacted your father at all, but suppose it was none of his business. So, what now? Just give me a moment to think this through. He sunk his head into his hands. He took a series of deep breaths as he mulled over what to do next. I need to figure out what happened to my wallet and phone before I do anything else. They aren't in this room. I know that much. It isn't impossible that I left them in my dorm or at the bar, but without my phone, it'll be hard to ask around about them. By the way, I had never been in a bar in my life. Never. Man, this is going to be a huge pain in the ass because always thought the bars are for grown-ups, adults, and I'm still thinking about this, despite that actually I'm older than many of the people who are going to bar, maybe older than all of them. And still, I think it's adult stuff and not for me. Alright. You don't need to wait on me, you know. I was sorta hoping we'd be able to figure it out what happened last night. You know, like, together. Right. I guess it's been the sensible thing to do. Oh, don't look so glum. It'll be fun. Instead of it like a real-life mystery novel, we'd make a pretty badass crime-fighting duo. Don't you think? You wanna be the grizzly detective or the quirky sidekick? Oh, it's important choice. No, I will be the detective. If I had to pick, I guess I'd be the detective. Not sure if I consider myself greased through. Guess that makes me the psychic. I don't mind if you take charge, but I'll be real upset if you don't go up with a snappy catchphrase. Ink found himself smiling. Ezra's enthusiasm was contagious. Alright then, my trust is tight quick. I'm thinking we ought to head out. Is there anything else you need to take care of before we leave? Nope. After you, detective. A frame on the wall caught Ink's attention as he was leaving. 4 elements. Hotels and suits? White's S. But suits. Maybe. Corner suits. Wait a second, this room didn't look like it was, like, in this shape. But we saw it only here, so I'm not sure. A 4 elements hotel? That's what it says. I don't suppose there's a 4 elements hotel in Belbridge. Do you live in Belbridge by any chance? Well, yeah, I'm psych student at Belbridge U. University U? Seriously? Huh, looks like my guess was right, so I suppose it wasn't much of a stretch. You don't say. What year? I'm just a freshman. I haven't even chosen a... I don't know how to pronounce this psych specialization yet. I live in the dorm on campus. Wait a second. So in the United States you don't need to choose before you're actually trying to pass the exams? Because in my country, before you even passing the entry exams, you must pass them. Or they will never take you. You must select specifically something. It's actually like a gambling, because you can select whether low entry marks or high. If you select high, it will be better for you, but you might fail very easy, and that's all. Hello, Foxy Shadow. So here it's kinda strange that you can select it after this. So, Foxy, how hard are puzzles here in this game? I have no idea. And I don't know how long it is, because I'm still for 30 minutes just reading and reading. Alright, let's continue reading. Some puzzles pretty hard, some of them, we'll see. Well then, it looks like we're headed in the same direction, except, I'm not sure, like, the way you said that. Except I'm sure that there's no hotel called the 4 Elements anywhere in Belbridge. What? Where are we, then? Beats me. Ian pressed his palm hard against his forehead in an attempt to jog his memory, but all it did was worsen his headache. He let out a loud sigh. Maybe I should head to the reception desk. At the very least, we can find out what city we are in. Did you counter any of the puzzles yet? No, I just started. No puzzles though, or there was some secret puzzles? No idea. Yeah, good idea. With any luck, they'll have a lost and found too. With either in tow, Ink cracked open the door and made his way into the hallway. There was just 2 selections. That maybe means something, I don't know. A large cherry blue monitor was the first thing to grab Ink's attention. What was it doing in the hallway? Well, I must say that this game very looks like another Zero Escape game. There's actually a huge amount of them. But almost none of them were translated into at least English. Transfixed on the screen, Ink was slow to notice that he and Arthur went along. To the right of the monitor were 2 people, both of whom approached him. The one on the right was a disheveled man in his mid-20s. Mid-20s, man, it looks like mid-40s to me. The one on the right, wait a second, you continue the sentence. And the one on the left was an elderly woman with a calm countenance. Ink stared right back at them, wide-eyed. It looks like you were right. In this case, this old woman must be like some another woman in this hotel, but middle-aged or something. If it was some Japanese visual novel. The man sporting a hoodie looked back to the Versailles monitor. By the way, in Zero Escape, this is actually a situation when we have very old heroes, which actually came from the first part. It's pretty common. It's not something unusual. I remember it was Maybe you mean Neki no Naku Koroni. Wait a second, in one of the episodes. Or maybe not. Not sure. Would you mind coming over here? You mean us? Yeah, I need your help with something. Ink and Ada edged closer to him at a slow pace, but the young man's request had Ink feeling uneasy. But once they arrived at the end of the hallway, Ink made a request of his own. Could you maybe find someone else to help? I don't mean to be a pain, but my friends and I have had a bit of rough night and need to get back home as soon as possible. Yeah, well, good luck with that. Ink scowled. Grabbing Ada by the wrist. Wait a second, what? He hurriedly cut between the two strangers. He reached for the door leading out. He barely knows you and doing something like this? Kidding me. No touch another person. It's a harassment. It's locked. See? What I'll tell you? Then this can't be the right way out of the hotel. Come on, we should check the other side of the hall. You already had a look around, the doors are all locked. I'm afraid they can only be opened from the other side. As much as Ink wanted to believe the old woman was just pulling his leg, his sternness in her voice suggested otherwise. Well, the similarity between this game and Zero Escape made me think of this game when we talk to each other in Discord. Yeah, and I think it's fan-made game based on what they used, because it's obviously released 10 years later. I'm not sure what was released the first episode, maybe in 2017? The first game in Zero Escape was 2007, so it's already a retro. Well... Then what? We're trapped here? For now, I tried kicking the door down, but I wasn't getting anywhere fast. Sector is still tight. And by the way, how many endings in this game? There should be plenty. Every single visual novel has endings. Where's the stuff? Does the front desk know that this part of the hotel has been sectioned off and always have a true ending? It's like mandatory to have one ending that is actually true. Even in this Soviet everlasting summer there was only one true ending, and other just for fun. Don't know whether there's more than one ending. Well, if there were selections, so they must do something. If there's only one ending, usually there's no selections at all, like in the first When They Cry game. Just reading, and that's all. And next episode! I believe only in the 5th episode there was actually starting some splitting between endings, and... yeah. I don't know if you played any When They Cry game, or even watched anime. Anime actually based on that there's different choice and parallel worlds. And when everyone dies, they all reset and start from the very beginning. So Zero Escape was not the first game that actually used it. Like, you can travel between the different splits, and actually remember that you traveled and there was something in the past. Zero Escape is just a clone of Omineki and Higurashi games. In English, they were released as When They Cry. Okay, where's the stuff? Does the front desk know that this part of the hotel has been sectioned off? I haven't been able to get hold of any stuff, but I doubt that anyone even works here anymore, so this hardly surprised. And by the way, I just recall another game like this. It was the office, people were working on it, next they found some dead body, and next figured out that they cannot exit this office, they are situated on like 20th floor, and around, through the windows, there's nobody around. And another one about the school, which was teleported to some very strange world. They tried to exit and there was totally nothing around. Empty. Wait a second, so many. Similar plots. So many. I know for sure that you've not forced to complete the game multiple times to get some special ending. Well, we saw that you can actually reselect everything in extras immediately. So you're not forced, you can reselect without any problem, isn't it? Okay, haven't been able to get hold of any stuff. but I doubt that anyone even works anymore, so it's hardly surprised. I guess we gotta wait for the last person to wake up? Last person? What are you talking about? Yeah, how do you know how many persons are here? The stranger let off loud a sigh and pointed to the screen. Okay, it's on the screen. Just 5? Wait a second, why it's the last? Contestants, 2 of 5. Alright, so you must check in here, so 2 already checked in, I see. I wish I could do something other than ask questions, but this is officially starting to worry me. Contestants, top 5. What the hell does it mean? Well, it's kinda obvious now. What is you that refers to us? Couldn't it be... Put your hand on the thing. Incomplete. The screen produced a quizzical beep, the display updated, and insert song. 3 of 5. Well, that settles it, I guess you contestant after all. As a heads up, I did not sign up for this, whatever this is. Yeah, and I bet you never had your handprint taken either. But there you go. Had never had your hand take breathe? Wait a second, I had, and I believe everyone in Belarus at least had? That's right, everyone? Alright. And if you travel in between countries, you also must provide a handprint, and this game is from at least 17, so it's past the 9/11, so it's like mandatory stuff, so you had it. Anyways, come on! Every single time when I play any game, when I say something, it's actually repeated in the next sentence. Well, I don't know why. This happens already like 10th time for the last year. For this year. I know it doesn't take a genius to figure it out that the computer and door are connected. I'm thinking that I'll knock once it says 5 out of 5. It was at loss for words. And why did you skip it? As he tried to Wayne to remember what he had done to Wayne went up here. 1 second. Alright. Either placed your hand on the screen, which now read contestants 4 out of 5. Thanks. I just want to go home. It had taken a while for him to notice, but Arthur had grown much quieter all of a sudden. Was she scared she'll just be a wild rat? Whatever the case, Ian figured he had best try and get everyone acquainted in an attempt to cheer Arthur up. We're going to have to wait for 5th person. We might as well introduce ourselves. I'm Ink. Your name is Ink? INK? Sounds like HNK, by the way. No, NHK. Nippon... I don't remember. Broadcasting Association in English. Is it your real name or just a nickname? It's my real deal. My full legal name is Ian Greer. I study English at Belbridge University. You study English. English. Maybe from Japan? Wait a second, no, it's definitely not a Japanese name. Ian Greer. Grace? No, it can't be again. I go to Belbridge University too. I'm a first year psychology student. I forgot to say my name, I am either. My name is Beth. Beth Marsh. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, strange circumstances aside. Come on, can't even pronounce this. Pleasure's all mine, Beth. For some reason, yeah, I understand in my head how to pronounce all this word, but I'm failing constantly. Following Heather's lead, Ink shot the old woman a small nod and a funny smile. My name Rai. Wait a second, Rai? I'm programmer, freelancer. If you want something done quickly and done right, I'm your guy. You sound pretty sure of yourself. Are you famous for something? I ought to be. I am good at what I do, real good. Did you graduate from Belbridge? I heard good things about the computer science program. I was enrolled there for a bit. I dropped out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... You can stop right there. I don't want your pity. I'm doing just fine without a degree. If anything, I should be pitying you for attending that joke of a school. Joke of a school? You guys are too young to understand, but one day you'll come to realize that your school is absolute trash. By the way, it's totally what I'm thinking about what I was studying in my college and in the university, and I also quit the university like Raya. Alright. Interesting, how to pronounce his name. Oh, you think it's easy? I must use my phone, and I must mute myself to actually check it. Actually, it's Google Translate sounded like right, but I'm not sure about this. Okay, never mind. Right? Right? Okay, let it be E at the end. I'm not sure. I can think of 1,000 better ways to spend your time and a million better ways to spend your money. Money! Spending money on studying. Never I will do this. I quit university to gain money on my job. Because it's better working full time than spending your time on studying something because you can study yourself. Why should you spend 4 or 5 years in university if you can study everything in just 1 month? Well, how it was working to me. After look as so, she had something to say but was too afraid to speak up. Ink would have loved to shut Ray up with a snappy retort for insulting his school. It was unable to come up with anything clever. What? Insulting? Are you... I don't know, a duck? You saw the school, you loved it? But you had never checked anything else, so you cannot be right. He definitely has more experience than you. Let's see what they skip. Just some friendly advice for you. The people that run that school are there. There's something. A sound of a closing door interrupted a numbling roar. Curious, Ink looked about the room. By the way, there's just 5 of them. Why not 9? Or 8 at least. Who is this? A girl, perhaps a few years younger than Ink, had emerged from a door to his right. She glared at Ink, then, after a few seconds, turned to Ryan instead. You. What? You're right, I take it? Yes, it's me. New girl gave Ryan a dirty look. She had a hackney air about her. Wait, how do you know my name? How long have you been what eavesdropping on us? Pretty much this whole time. Eavesdropping, why do that? Isn't it obvious? When you've been kidnapped, the most important things to do is to find out as much as you can about your captors. You guys weren't saying anything useful though, so I thought I'd just let you know I was awake. You can ransom me off now. Chop chop. What makes you so sure you were kidnapped? I don't see how you could come to that conclusion from listening to our conversation. Well, I certainly don't remember entering this hotel, which means that someone brought me here. Disgusting as that thought may be. Can you think of any reasons why someone would want to kidnap you? I'm sure you're already aware of this, but my father and I are quite wealthy. Well, that was blunt. It's no use trying to trick me by talking about Constance or any of that nonsense. I had a feeling that someone would try this eventually. Already notified my father and he says he'll pay whatever you demand. You already notified him? How? The girl reached into her bag and pulled out a familiar trinket. The only thing this device seems to be able to do is contact my father. Intentional modification, I'm sure. You got one too? Man, it's just my luck. Oh, is that what these things are? So, wait, so everyone was given a PD. Silence. The contestants all eyed each other. Contestants, gosh. Just to make sure, does anyone have any idea how they wound up here? Nope. Nope. I'm afraid not. Nobody? Awesome. Just awesome. For the record, it isn't too late to admit you kidnapped me. Acting clueless. How predictable. Wait a second, I also remember this situation somewhere. Not sure. I can't blame you for being cautious. Wait a second, maybe it was Danganronpa. No, it can't be. They all knew each other. Okay, don't know. Right, I can't blame you for being cautious, but there's a fine line between cautious and paranoia. Let's see if I can get you to open up a little. Could you at least tell us your name? It's Lisa. So we all know you didn't have to ask. Cool, Lisa. Could you put your hand on the screen there? Absolutely not. Why would I help my captors? We didn't kidnap you, okay? Get us through your skull. That's a lot. Do you really expect me to trust some smart Mustang talk like you? You wanna say that again? Just put your hand on the screen so we can open the damn door. You know what? I don't like your attitude. My attitude? You're the one who isn't cooperating. Seriously, could you be any more obnoxious? Well, now I'm definitely not opening the door. It's probably some sort of kidnapper scam. Anyway. Lisa, did you ever consider that the rest of us might have also been kidnapped? Exactly. Maybe I'm getting ransomed off too? Ever think of that? Yeah, because when I think of people who would be worth abducting, the first thing that comes to mind is debt-edible, university dropout. You know what my father says about people like you? He says that people who quit, shouldn't even bother to try. What? What do you mean by this? And she's... Wait a second, most richest people in this world and very good scientists had never able to finish any university. It's kind of obvious. I know many examples. You don't know a single thing about me. Stop, both of you! Well, who had remained quiet for a time, interjected with surprising ferocity. Your rage disappeared as quickly as it had manifested. I don't think yelling at one another is going to get us anywhere. Lisa, even if we were your captors, why would we trap ourselves in the same room as you? Wouldn't we want you to avoid seeing our faces? But I suppose you have a point. And right, would you mind being a bit more courteous to the young lady? She's in the same situation as the rest of us. I'm sure you can understand how stressful this is. Yeah, whatever. Now, will you two apologize to each other? Never apologize! Never! It's a rule number 1 in this world. You should never apologize to anything because you'll be found guilty. Yes, that's right. Never do this. The two mumbled at each other in doubt that either of them had actually said the word sorry, but Beth seemed happy enough that they were finished arguing. Wonderful. Now, Lisa, could you place your hand on the computer screen, please? Instantly, Lisa did as she was asked. The screen went blank. Then, out of nowhere, it appeared. It reminds me of mention of something wondrous that I played in another visual novel. By the way, so far I played 3 visual novels on Steam. Oh my, what on earth is that? It's uncanny as hell, whatever it is. Hello, who are you? The terminal made a low humming sound before a hollow, synthetic voice took over. Please know that the following message is a recording that will only play once. It's advisable that you pay attention. Did this thing say something? Shut up, didn't you hear? It's about to speak. Salutations, contestants. I pray you all had a most wonderful sleep. You're probably wondering why you're here. Actually, you're probably wondering many things. Fret not, contestants, for I have the answers you seek. What is this face? Regrettably, I cannot divulge anything right now. You're only all just woken up, and I'm afraid some of the things I have to share are rather complicated. It's not the time, not the place to provide contestants with information, and for that I must apologize. I'm sorry, so very sorry. In order to prove to everyone that I am in fact very sorry, I've arranged a fun little puzzle, finally puzzle, For my favorite contestants, I am of course referring to the 5 of you. I think it will break the ice quite nicely. Please do your best to solve it. The instructions can be found on the top right corner of the screen. Once you think you solve it, please press the check solution button, then place your hand on the screen to confirm your answer. Good luck and have fun, contestants. Oh, and I suppose I should mention that the door to the next room wouldn't unlock until you completed the puzzle. So yes, the puzzle is more or less mandatory. Let's see it. Still text, what are those? Weren't you listening? It's a puzzle, looks style-based. But why it seems so unnecessary? Well, that thing did call us contestants. It's pretty clear that this is some sort of game. By the way, let's see a situation why the puzzles are used in visual novels. So in Zero Escape, to actually force you to travel through the time and space. And for most of them that I played so far, it was just to make people stuck and waste their time while something is happening, like in Danganronpa. Well, actually, the organization, the organizers tried to kill everyone by doing this. But anyway, just spending your time, nothing else. Wonder what will it be here. It's stupid. Please tell me none of you actually intend to go through with this. Listen, I don't really know what's going on, but I want to get out of here as fast as possible. I'm giving this thing a go. It can't hurt to try, right? We can ask somebody. Okay, it's definitely the hint, so if you're stuck forever you can hint it, but in this case I will never try to use any hints. Turn a square into a plus. Plus consists of 5 tiles. Oh gosh. Check solution reset. As I thought. Okay, it's not possible to create a plus from this, but you can just create a bigger plus. I didn't ask for help, as I recall. Okay, we'll never ask for help in this case. It takes time to check the solution, okay. Well, it also has 4 corners, so it can be something like this as well. Seriously, it takes a lot of time, okay, bigger. Actually, we can pick up the answer. Okay, the first puzzle is super easy. So it's us. All the time it was us. He looked like a girl to me, or old woman, actually. I can switch any two, but only those are connected. Any two? I didn't know. Okay, thank you for explanation. Is it the future puzzles will be the same? Well, we'll see. There, got it. Wait, how is that the solution? How's it the solution? It's a plus. It was like, I believe in first Resident Evil, something like this, no? No, not in first. In first it was different puzzle, but almost like this. You stuck on this puzzle for 5 minutes? Well, I definitely played something like this in one of the quests that I played. But I don't remember where. Maybe Resident Evil, but I'm not sure. Wait, how is that the solution? Well, maybe I stuck in the future puzzles, who knows. If you look at the negative space in the center of the puzzle, you can make out a cross. Yes? Oh, get it. I never thought of doing it that way. Is it? Neat. That wasn't so bad. Well done, contestants. Well done indeed. You again. Please note that this is once again recording, and that it will only play once. It appears that you solved the puzzle I left for you. I pray that you all had fun. I'm sure you're all eager to know why you're there. Here. The truth is... Wait a second, so if the puzzles are all the same, we just can switch them and checking the answer again and again and again until it's actually done. But it's kind of lame. The truth is that this cramped hallway is ill-suited for such a conversation. I know, I got your hopes up for nothing, and for that I'm truly sorry, truly. Allow me to make it up to you. Voila, the door is now unlocked. The next room is a fine little lounge, a much more fitting place to disclose the rules of our wonderful game. I shall await you there. Go, move forward. Or you could die. Wait a second, move forward, won't you die? It was about, oh, where maybe there will be $1 million at the end if one of them survive. Gosh, there's so many close species. Wait a second. No, it was a movie. It was, by the way, it was an American movie. Maybe they took it from some Japanese novel. I don't know, but I don't remember its name. Anyway, at the end, they actually one person won, and he figured out that there's the next level of contents. Another, like 10 people, one of them won $1 million, and now the only one who will left will get $10 million, and it will continue, maybe. Well, this was the end of the movie. We'll never know. It was clear that the polygonal figure wasn't coming back, but Ian had trouble turning away. The last message had left him more confused and anxious than ever. The sound of a door opening managed to resurrect Ian's gaze as he looked about the room. He realized that they were one contestant short. What? I guess Ray already split. That's and Lisa followed him shortly thereafter. Ink, yeah. Did you think that guy was being serious when he said, "Oh, you could die"? Don't let it get to you, Aneta. Hopefully, this is just some jerk's idea of a joke. A cruel and needlessly complicated joke. If it's a joke, it sure isn't funny. Yeah, definitely not funny. But if it isn't funny, then why do I feel like laughing all of a sudden? Is it because now this makes a lick of sense? Sure, let's go with it. Maybe this is all just a strange dream. My gosh, Ink! What is it? You're bleeding! Instinctively, Ink brought his hand to his nose. Okay, so we are dying already. Sure enough, he felt a sleek warm substance that could only have been his own blood. Bert didn't even feel it. He stared at the blood in his hand, more curious than concerned. Then he felt it. It was a heavy, tearing pain in his chest, growing, rising. It's some kind of gas. Strong, you don't look so good. Feels like there's something inside. Inside? What do you mean inside? Ian couldn't focus enough to reply. Something was pounding against his rib cage. From within, he felt as if his heart was fighting to escape his body. What's Trying to talk was useless. Ian couldn't finish a thought, much less speak one. It had only been a few seconds, but the pain had already overtaken all other feelings. Caught in agony, Ian clutched his chest, shut his eyes, and nearly blacked out. He wanted. Gosh, he doesn't look like a man. What's the actual fuck? Ian stared at his hand, terrified. What happened to me? Oh, it was the first chapter. Nice, if the chapters are so short, so we'll finish it when? 1 hour per chapter. How many chapters? Around 30 or something. 30 hours. Oh gosh, it will be very long. Sense game. Sent is game, or Sense game belongs to Sen. Anyway, be right back in 2 minutes. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, Saint is kinda some kind of name, maybe. Let's see. And why do you have the clock? This is some kind of related. What happened to me? Oh, let me remove the mouse. Same question repeated itself endlessly in Ink's head. It had been less than an hour since Ink had woken up in the Four Mansions hotel. Since then, he had been acquainted with a handful of strangers who, like him, had no idea why they were there. Less than an hour. I spent actually an hour. To add to the confusion, Ink's phone had been stolen. In its place was a PDA, which could only contact his friend and colleague Sin. Oh yeah, wait a second, it's Sin's game? Or Sen's game? Anyway, sounds very familiar. Each other, similar. The one who had woken him up was a girl named Eva. Right now, she was doing her best to keep Ink's blood loss to a minimum after a violent episode of sudden hemorrhage hanging. Enough. I think it's stop for good. I mean, for now. I thought they actually will leave this room. Maybe is this a gas that's doing this or something else? How you feeling then? Could be worse considering. Thanks for helping me keep that under control. That kind of bleeding isn't normal, is it? No, I've never experienced anything like that in my life. Say, how do I look? Most of the blood landed on the wall of floor, and you wiped away what was in your face, so you look okay. Got a bit on your scarf, but you might be able to wash it out. Ian gave his scarf a quick twist, hiding the teeny bloodstains from you. Cool. Don't mention this to anyone, right? Why not? This could be serious. It seems like the kind of things that could make people panic, you know? Until we know what's going on, let's keep this on the down low. Wait a second, you didn't call anyone. It would be the first thing that I will do, because I'm not a medic, so call somebody. Maybe they know better. Very strange, and definitely would actually, by hearing this, that you must move or you will die, moving this body out of this room. It'd be obvious for me, but others thinking differently. Oh, it was just one man, right? But I'll worry about my personal health once I've made it home. Besides, I feel better now. Don't look at me like that, I'm fine. What makes you so sure? I'm the detective, remember? You can't kill off the detective. Wait a second, so they using the choices from the previous chapter. Nice. You can't kill off the detective before he solves any mysteries. This isn't story, Ink. Life's a kind of story, no? Just promise me you'll go for a checkup when we get back to campus. Deal. Let's get out of here, then. It wasn't an act. Ink did feel better. Whatever his affliction was, it has passed. Wait a second, why are you talking about him like he's third person? It's... Wait a second. Now it's the words of author, and it's the first time when I see something like this. I won't be able to get medical attention until I get out of here. Anyway, grabbing Ink by the wrist, Arthur dragged him through the once-locked double doors at the end of the hall. On the other side was a small lounge. To Ink's surprise, his other new acquaintances were scattered about the room. Okay, it looks like another Scream's puzzle. Quiet and grave, they were keeping to themselves. You guys are still here? Doors locked. The door over there, opposite from the one you just came through. It wouldn't budge when I tried to open it. Just like that last room. Wait a second, in the first you said that every second door was locked, but what about the room? Okay, so the rooms where we were, hotel rooms, were also locked, and you can open from it one way. Doesn't matter. There aren't any other exits? Do you really think we'd still behave this was another way out? So, what, we are just supposed to wait here? We aren't in a position to do anything else. Don't like this, I want out. I know there, please have a seat. For the time being, let's try to be patient. Beth lowered her head and grew quiet. Ink slumped into the nearest seat. From here, he had a good view of the wall-mounted screen. Immediately another puzzle? So now what? Nobody answered. The others were fiddling with the devices they had been given or staring at the wall. Ink sighed. What? They arranged to get, and you spotted him? Are you sure? Not a real social bunch, are they? Well, whatever, I guess we just wait for the face thing to show up. As if no cure, the monitor sparked to life. Speak of the devil. This message is set to play after a short delay. If any contestants are not present, please retrieve them. Who are you? Why do you look at that? Please note that this message is recorded and will only play once. It's advisable that you pay attention. Hello contestants, long time no see. That was a joke, of course, I saw you but moments ago. I already hate this guy. Please sit down, make yourself comfortable, relax. I'm sure you all have questions for me. I ask you to be patient. By the end of my little speech, I imagine that at least few of your concerns will have been addressed. Let me start my backup arguments that yes, you have been abducted, and yes, I'm the one responsible. Sorry about that. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Sent. So it's not related to our friend on PDA. I'll be as brief as I can. I have brought you here today so that you may play a game of my own design. The name of my game is Exit Corners, and by the way, Exit Corners, it's another, slash. It's another kind of names of visual novels like Stay Fight and Night Something, a huge amount of them. And for example, Stein Games, it's periods and comma. I don't know, it's semicolon or something. No, it can't be. I'm not very good in the punctuation names. And I will definitely play those novels for sure. Starting from the very first. That might be had never been translated officially into English, but fan-made translation exists, that's for sure. The rules are simple. I have placed you in the heart of the lovely Four Elements Hotel. As Game Master, I will do my best to keep you there. If you manage to exit the hotel, you win. If your heart stops beating, you lose. Wait, what? And that's all there is to it. Not so difficult to understand, Allow me to be clear, in this game you must put yourself first. Your victory or defeat is not tied to that of any other contestant. I've made some alterations to the Four Elements Hotel to allow for a more pleasant gaming experience. One such amelioration is the inclusion of 16 pounds of industrial-grade Semtex at this building foundation. What? In 24 hours, the aforementioned explosives will detonate. This will cause the entire structure to collapse. Wait a second, so it's enough 24 hours to finish this game. Not 30, but there's no internal timer. In the event you are still in the building at the time of collapse, you will most likely be crushed and killed, resulting in a loss. Pardon the negatively. But please, do not misunderstand me. I want you to escape through the exit. I must certainly do. That's why I've given you all a Gemini, to give you a fighting chance. Each of you have been entrusted with an electronic device that I've dubbed Gemini. I assume you're already all aware of this fact. Why Gemini, you ask? Gemini has a twin. Gemini may only send and receive messages from that twin. And game. I actually heard about this somewhere. Not sure. The other halves of your Gemini have been left in the care of someone you know. These people will be referred to as your contact. By the way, right now I'm playing several visual novels that were released in 1995, but most of them are just dating stuff, so you'll never stream them, especially with hentai stuff inside. And by the way, such games were officially translated into English in 95, I can't believe this. Right now, as far as any of you are concerned, your contact is the most important person in the world. While your contact may be different, they're all equally important. I guarantee you'll need their help to achieve victory today, so try your best to get along with them. Pure communication kills, you know. Wait a second, is there any menu in game? Just out something, and we can close it. I don't even want to try right now. I suppose I rambled on long enough, haven't I? I'll leave you all alone then. The next puzzle will be available in just a moment. Maybe I will try to use it in the beginning of the chapter, because if you ruin something, you'll simply restart the chapter and no need to read all this. I've got a myriad of challenges lined up for today. There's a fount of puzzles, as you can see. Hopefully my fondness is contagious. Adieu, contestants, and good luck. Good luck. One puzzle on chapter? Nice. The screen went blank. Ink had endless questions for sent, but it was clear that he wasn't coming back. What? Ink rose to his feet, shaking. 1,000 thoughts raced through his head. What was the purpose of exit corners? Who was sent? Was it just bad luck that Ink wanted up as contestant, or was he specifically targeted? By the way, so in Dangrover, they actually had amnesia. Wait a second, it will be spoilers for Foxy Shadow. I will never tell this. What the heck is going on? Why using Road Wars? Is that guy for real? Wait a second, what's the difference between them? There's no difference. I see nothing that actually will. Except this is makes us like sounds rude, so maybe somebody will be upset with this word. Okay, is that guy for real? Is that guy for real? Dude might as well have a Scarlet William mustache. Mi scusi, just recall this. Man, it would be difficult to build with no hands, I think. Good point. I'm glad to see you at least taking the news well. It all feels kinda surreal, you know. I mean, did someone just tell me that I was going to die? Like, actually? Are you scared at all? I'm more confused than anything, but yeah, of course I'm scared. I think we are all a bit scared there. The first step to overcoming fear is to understand it. Is that something they told you in your program? No, I sort of just made that up. Still seems like a useful bit of advice right now, don't you think? Maybe you should take some time to make sure we are all on the same page. Good idea. Let's go over what we know. It's alright. I was paying attention. This is important. Yeah, I'm listening. Don't mind me. Right. You had been leaning on the wall in silence. Who had been leaning on the wall in silence? Joined the others. Just as he opened his mouth, a familiar noise emanated from the terminal. The contestants all turned to face it. It's another puzzle. I guess it was set to initialize shortly after the message finished playing. Before we get to that, I think we should still do a short recap. Right, where should we start? Send. Is it why you were so deep in thought back there? Yeah, who's he exactly? He's a big old question mark for me. I can't figure him out. If he's the one that brought us here, and if none of us remember anything from before this morning, that makes him the only one who really knows what's going on right now. What's his motive? How was I abducted? Is all this really necessary? Why did he choose me? Why did he choose any of us? That's what concerns me the most. Your guess is as good as mine, author. If we can determine why we were chosen, you might be able to figure out who he is. What do you mean by that? If he kidnapped us at random, then Sen is probably just some kind of maniac, right? But if he chooses us specifically, then he must know us to some degree. He hasn't addressed us by name, so it's not out of the question that he chooses his victims at random. Yeah, maybe he's just some nutjob. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not saying that Sand knows us all personally, but I don't think he would kidnap people at complete random. I don't think anyone would do that. Seriously? Do you not think that anyone could be this malicious? Yeah, I know you're in psych program. I get that, but that doesn't make you an expert on the human side. Some people are 100% batshit crazy, you know? Have you listened to the way Sam speaks? Something wrong with that guy. That isn't what I meant. I think I know what Arthur was trying to say. So much effort went into capturing us and setting everything up. I mean, their hand scanners and these Gemini devices and the like. Why would someone go through all this trouble to scare the shit out of random people? Isn't there an easier way to go to do that? Well, in LAR games, it was just a play of very rich people to do all of this stuff. By the way, I didn't read the manga, only saw the live adaptation of it. Like I said, some people are real messed up. Even by the way, this Squid Game, it's actually really reminds me of LAR game, except that in LAR game nobody tried to kill anybody. But concept is still the same. They were all playing for money, and it was a rich people decision to do this. In this case, I wonder how many people knows about LAR game, which was for me really popular. But Squid Game, why is it popular? Just because it was adapted and showed on some American channels? Maybe. But I definitely would say that LAR game is much better. Anyway, I mean still, people like Sand usually have patterns. He might not know us all personally, but there's probably at least one thing that we all have in common. Maybe we meet a certain set of criteria? Right, I hadn't thought of that. He examined each of his fellow contestants one at a time, and as he did, he noticed that they were all glancing around at each other. He let out a weak laugh. We don't really have much in common, do we? Wait a second, do we? We have the same university, at least 3 of us, maybe these 2 as well. I mean, you got both men and women, students and dropouts, young people and middle-aged persons. I'm a senior. I appreciate it if you didn't mince words when our lives could be on the line, please, and thank you. Anyway, the point is that I don't see anything in common between the 5 of us. Something less obvious, perhaps? We all live in Belbridge? No. Maybe something online? Might be. Maybe something online? We might all frequent the same forum or social network or something? What, you think that me and Arthur over here visit the same bunch of sites? Yeah, I'm not sure how likely that is. I can't say I spent too much time online myself. Maybe you all looked up the wrong thing in a search engine at some point. Did anyone else read the wiki page on the Illuminati recently? I did. Had better be joking, Ink. Hey, I'm just throwing out ideas. Besides, aren't there a couple of sites that everyone visits? Like social media? Twitch, for example? I'm afraid I don't even own a computer. It was a good guess, so wait a second, you didn't. But somebody did, and used your name. Oh, well, there goes that idea. Let's forget it for now. I guess I barely know any of you, so there's no way I'm going to be able to figure out what ties us all together. Is there anything at all? Whatever his reasons for capturing us, Sen clearly isn't his real name. Come on, man. Your name is Ian. You're dating a girl named Arthur, and you don't think that a name like Sen could be legit? Yeah, we are not dating. Oh, You guys came out of the same room, so I just assumed. Seemed like you knew each other. So the two of you are complete strangers that just happened to wake up in the same room? Same bed, actually. Yes, that must be awkward. I guess Sans thought it'd be funny. Wait a second, I don't like this story. Right, right. He's definitely right. And I've got to hand it to him. Wait a second. So everything's at a common that strange names. Well, except Liz and Beth. Beth, it's like Elizabeth, isn't it? Wait a second, maybe you just overlapping two of you. So this girl and Ink are both in university, right? Was here before? Maybe he's connected to this old woman somehow, or Lisa. So you don't need to have all of us, all of you in common. Us, of course. But just two and not the two. You know, this handshake stuff, so on. And I've got to hand it to him. It's kind of funny. You're sweating buckets right now, but let me do you, boss of lava, and change the subject, please. Why don't we get started on this puzzle? We can chat about it later. Remember that we got a time limit. I'd like to add that there's still the possibility that this is just Sen's idea of joke. Maybe no explosives or time limit. Right now we are just taking his word for it. Lisa, you've been so quiet. I almost forgot about you. That's because I've been messaging my father instead of standing around chit-chatting. I'm trying to get rescued, not play detective. If you're convinced this whole thing is a joke, then why are you so dead set with getting rescued? I was saying that I thought this was a joke, did I? Just said that it was a possibility. Sen has committed a crime in kidnapping us and forcing us to play this game. There's no telling how far he'll go. It's too risky to not take action, even if this is all a big prank. Then why did you even suggest it? Well, I don't want to look like an idiot if this is all fake, obviously. Do you seriously care that much what other people think of you? Unlike some people, I actually have an image to maintain. A lot of people expect great things from me, you know. Those are pretty big words coming from someone who's probably never worked a day in their life. Guys, come on, not this again. Whatever, I'm done talking to this idiot. Lisa, you said you messaged your father. Does it make him your contact? I don't know, I guess so. What exactly did you tell him? I told him that my kidnapper wasn't interested in a ransom. Instead, he's forcing me to play some word game and threatening to kill me. Did you let him know that there are other people who have been abducted as well? No. Oh, well, did you at least tell him that you and Hotel called the 4 elements and said you've only got 24 hours to find a way out? No. Then, what did you tell him? I told him what I told you. That's it? Yeah, so. It took you 5 whole minutes to type that out? Slower texting, okay? Give me a break. What? Why? Remember very old phones, but I was, by the way, on very old phones with just 9 numbers of it and asterisks and what was this? Forgot how it's in English. Anyway, I was typing much faster than right now on keyboard. I don't know why. It was super easy. You're a teenager. Shouldn't you be Olympic level texter? That's right. When I was a teenager, I was Olympic level texter on the phone. Old phone. Shut up, both of you. Shouldn't we get started on the puzzle? You're wasting a lot of time asking me pointless questions. It's pretty obvious she just wants to change the subject. But she's right, we need to push on. Maybe she's autist, who knows, and trying to hide it. Perhaps we should. There's more about this game I'd like to discuss, but we should get this puzzle out of the way first. 5 pairs of fairy eyes turn to the terminal. Let's get to it then. Turn 7 to 26. Literally, it's number 26. It's not just 26, it's number. Actually, it's possible by using again this negative space like we did with plus. I think it's totally the same puzzle. So why not? Actually, it can be 26, why not? And we can change every single space. Okay, for example, to make 6. Oh, no, not this. And remove this space. Wait a second, no, there must be space. Oh gosh, how 6 it looks like? Maybe this? Oh gosh, I don't know. And 20 also starts like squirrel. Maybe this is 6. What about 20? Not quite sure. Wait a second. This is definitely 26. Now it looks like 1. Doesn't look like. Wait a second, there must be something. Wait a second, 2 is... Oh gosh. How the 2 is looks like? Not quite sure. No, if you think that this is 6, it can be with this one as well, of course. Well, how can I turn this to 2? It should be completely empty. Nope. I'm not sure about this. Let's see, we have 2 of this and 2 of this. Maybe I will spend here like 1 hour, something. Is it? You sure, Foxy? That I'll waste my time here. Says number 26, so it must be a number. Just not sure how it should looks like. It's okay. On the right, it looks like 6. I'm not sure about 2. Definitely not sure. Holy shit. Let me think. Must be something else. Don't worry, I will figure it out. In 1 hour, maybe 2. What about this? Incorrect. But it looks very good. No, definitely not this. We should place somewhere differently. No, really, right now it was looking nice. Maybe it's here. Gosh. Maybe it's here. No, it's not 6 anymore. What about this? No, I already checked this one. Gosh. No, it can't be 2 like this. Scan creator line. At least it's not so long. Check it. What I want. I don't know, look, right now it looks perfect. Can also do this. It's too incorrect. Are you kidding me? What's wrong? By the way, if I play this... Oh, wait a second, it's open as a menu. I thought it's like autoplay or something. I can press the X, but I don't really want to. Holy shit. Maybe this? No, this was... looks very out of context. If I had more square, maybe. Time is it? It's not even 8 PM, and by the way, they're actually using this daylight setting. Okay, maybe not in 26. It can be in different, what is this, decimal, hex, something. Base 30. I was playing this game a long time ago, I don't know how much time I was spending on puzzles except the first. You don't even remember them? It may be a different number, of course. Already checking this, gosh. It can be different number. It can be a letter. I need an alphabet for this. Alphabet, English alphabet. Do you think I remember it? English alphabet. Gosh. Solution for this? Solution? Don't tell me. We'll figure it out ourselves. Alphabet. Okay, so after 9 comes A. Okay, we'll count. It's P. P. Okay, can I build P here? Wait a second, how can I build it? Like this? Wait a second, okay, this might be there. I don't have so many squirrels. It's not possible to build it. Oh, it's 314. Gosh, this looks horrible. Any letters that can actually fit this? Like with pluses it was overlarge, like overlarge P. Wait a second, how can we create an overlarge P? I don't know, it looks very strange. The original D26 looks actually fine. Just maybe doesn't look like enough. Okay, this is 2. Let's start with 2. What else can be 2? This is 2. See, one number is one square, another number is another square. It looks very fun. It says number. Exactly number. So there's nothing with it. And the second puzzle cannot be hard. So just move the squares around until we get it. Done? I was right from the beginning, it's 26. I just didn't build it quite right. What? What, Foxy? Easy? There you go, I had a feeling that might work. How did you do that? I made the number 26 using the tiles sent left for us, you know, using negative space. Yeah, negative space, like in the first puzzle. It's tricky, but you can do it. I feel like that wasn't the right answer. What? It's the right answer. Say it's literally 26. You're supposed to build the letter Z? Why Z not P? That is 26 in the English alphabet. I was thinking about numbers on 26th number. With alphabet it's P, not Z. What? Okay. Z? So, maybe there's several answers. In this case, for the first puzzle, there was another combination that we didn't know. Like several solutions are working. 26 later, but it's number 26. So maybe Z is different solution. Yeah, you might create puzzle like this so anyone can solve it. Their own name. Looks. Wait a second. If there's multiple solutions, Foxy, what if there are several endings depending on how you solve the puzzle? Maybe right now you'll get different plot, I don't know. I didn't play it. Well, if it wasn't the right answer, the screen wouldn't have said solved. Congratulations, contestants, you've solved it. Well, you must remember the plot. Before you proceed, I feel like it's my responsibility to issue a warning. 24 hours time limit, while important, should not be your immediate concern. The explosives I've planned are far from the most dangerous things in this hotel. More dangerous things? Well, I believe you're right. Z26. Sounds okay. I have refrained from throwing anything harmful at you thus far, but I assure you this safety is temporary. There, I moments away. But wait a second. Z is 26 number. It would take for me a lot of time to figure it out. Maybe never. Welcome to Exit Corners. I'm looking forward to watching you all struggle, and you will struggle. Or you could die. That guy's a real piece of work. Why does he look like he's made of paper mache? People these days are so strange. Paper mache? What's what he reminds you of? Mustache. Oh wait, some papier mache. Paper mache. It's English, it's paper mache. You know, that's not really him, right? It's just a computer-generated image he's using to keep us from seeing his real face. Same deal with his voice. It's completely synthetic. And it's recorded. Oh, is it so? Buying and round down hotel, rigging all these contraptions, and creating computer-generated images? I'm no expert, but wouldn't these things cost a fortune? What, you just blew my mind, you know? But it's possible that there's more than one ending, but I don't know conditions for it if it exists. Well, let's finish this game normally as it's possible to finish, and after this I will Google for any multiple endings and we'll, if it's possible, we replay. As I know in extras you can replay everything. Well, it says like catch up this game if you lose save files like in Mass Effect. I don't remember any other games that he uses the question and answers to determine. Maybe Dragon Age? Maybe. Okay. Brian around, okay, I'm no expert, but wouldn't this cost a fortune? That face would be huge to make, but as for the rest of it, I see what you're getting at. This isn't within any normal person's price range. If exit corners really is the work of a single person, then that person would have to be pretty well off. And by the way, there's no cameras around to check our progress. Well, in Zero Escape, you actually didn't need the camera, right? Because nobody was controlling it. Yes. Zero was always part of the play in every single game. That's right. By the way, I actually wonder, will you be able to figure out who will be Zero in the third game? Because the third game is, despite that many people don't like, it's one of the best. It's actually the best. What they actually did in it was very nice. I actually preferred more than the first plot. Okay. Rise the mark hit home. Rise mark hit home. A certain redhead soon became the center of everyone's attention. Wait a second, who's the redhead? Did that person have pretty well off? Hit home, yeah. But how's related to redhead? Anyway. Oh, you redhead? Well, she looks blonde, not a redhead, but okay. Why you staring at me? Especially when she's in the background. My father and I are extremely wealthy. Do you get it right? And wait a second, he's right. He just writes this Zero Escape plot when the organizer is actually playing the game himself. Right, because my family is the only entity in the entire world that has any money. Oh, and that must mean I'm a deranged sociopath who wait a second, I just paid attention that sociopath, if it's correct. Spelling like this. Strange. Who locks himself in a hotel with a bunch of strangers in an attempt to get himself killed or just be involved and control what's going on. I've got to hand it to you, right? Your reasoning is flawless. Sarcasm wouldn't do you any good. I'm not saying you're behind all this, frankly. I don't think you're smart enough. And to be honest, I don't think it's within one person's power to run this whole game on their own. But you're definitely hiding something. I know you are. You've been acting real suspicious all morning, especially now. What do you mean, suspicious? Don't think I haven't noticed your hand. I'll have you know my eyes are still in excellent shape. What's wrong with your hand? Every now and again she makes peculiar gestures with your right hand. To me it looks as she's making some kind of signal, a sign language perhaps. Or maybe her right hand is not working, that's why she cannot type, because she has a disability. Also, it might be she might wearing glasses and look, she has definitely trouble with texting. It can be one of the disabilities. For example, she's without her glasses, she has a problem with her right hand, as they saying, or what else? Okay, she can't be simply stupid and don't know alphabet. Or even reading. Might be. Just a nervous tick, that's all. It's normal. Wait a second, nervous tick? Wait a second, it's a syndrome Tourette. Well, many people think that syndrome Tourette actually making you swearing, but no, it can be also a nervous tick as well. So she definitely has disability, some kind of, we don't know which one. Shaking your voice is telling me otherwise. Oh gosh. Speed it out? Or give her some space, guys. Let's give her some space. You're being overly paranoid about all of this. Give her space? She could be working with sand. As could any of us. It's just conjecture. But she's hiding something. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. She's hiding something for sure, but whether it's significant or even relevant is a different matter. And wait a second, what's actually happened with Ink? He definitely don't know why he was bleeding. He might have another disability. Wait a second, every single one of them can have a disability, and that's what they have in common. Maybe this old woman is actually not an old one, but just 20 years old, and she looks old because of another disease. Don't remember its name. Everyone could have some disability. And especially this other, who's trying to cover her head. Maybe she's Hikikomori. He is were good with just one person, but when they fight, she became silent, so it might be related. Yeah, why not? Could be a very good visual novel if every single character had some disability. Wait a second, there's already exists such novel. I don't remember its name again, but I heard about it. It exists. Come on, I'm sure she isn't the only one with things she'd rather not talk about. Yeah, what he said. Whatever, I'm done with you chumps. What a loser. Should we give Roy a moment? No, we ought to follow him. The only things we're at liberty to do right now is to continue playing exit corners. No, the more often I have exit corners, the stranger it sounds. What is it supposed to mean? Exit corners? You must exit corner? Any answer sign we saw some corners? Corners is definitely some space. I don't know. I wish we could answer that. I wish we could answer anything. Why? Why were we brought here? Who is sent? And what is exit corner? It's a game, of course. Oh, very short chapter. I spent on it less than 1 hour. By the way, if I go to extras right now, what do we have? Password, sound test, latest changelog, standings? What is standings? Ah, what is triple question? What is triple question? Foxy, what is this? You know this. Okay, we have a good relation with answer. And in the middle of Ryle, listen. Okay, so as I thought, our selections actually rise in the reputation. You don't remember? Why I can click on it but nothing happens? Oh, it's trust. I didn't even notice that it's trust. Shouldn't try them out. Check the browser sound tests. Chapter. And that's all. It's all the extras. Triple question. Must be something. Some secret that should be unlocked. Distant contact. And there's possibilities there were updates in the game. As I remember the last update I was trying to check when it was finished. I don't want to open it. It was in 2019, so 2 years ago. It was the last chapter. The last chapter was released in 2019. I don't remember which chapter is last. 29th or 30th. What's the only that I checked? Exit Corners. It was the name of the game that Ink and his fellow contestants had no choice but to play. The goal was simple: explore the 4 elements hotel. Wait a second, 4 elements and corners, actually the same. And find the exit, so it exit 4 elements. That's it. The hotel was slated to collapse in 24 hours, killing those still trapped inside. The one claiming to be responsible was their predicament. Wait a second, says no windows? You're not looking outside? To tell us what's going on outside. Like in school that was empty. In this office, visual novel, nobody was around at all. Big city, but completely empty. Okay. Was a figure named Sand. His motive, as well as his true identity, remained a mystery to Ink. According to Sand, many puzzles and dangers awaited the contestants, and couldn't fathom why either were necessary. Whatever the reason, Ink knew it would be essential to proceed with caution from here on out. It looks very similar. The chamber connected to the launch was barely large enough for all 5 contestants. If anything, it seemed more like an extension of the previous room. Another monitor. So this door's probably locked too. I guess Sand doesn't excel in the creativity department. Ryan stood in front of the screen, already at work, solving whatever puzzle the captor had left for them. Want a hand try? Close to figure it out, don't distract me. I was playing it when it was incomplete and waited for new chapters every time, but when I sold the last chapter, I don't remember I sold chapter 7 and 20th February. So it's definitely before the last chapter was released. What? Or not? Oh, so you sold chapter 7. So you played it all, and you saw the epilogue, if it exists. Oh yeah. Just 7 chapters. I might be able to help you solve it faster, you know. Really, I don't like episodic games. I said don't distract me. Yeah, but he's still pretty angry. I want to help with the puzzle, but the last thing I want to do is start a fight with this guy. Maybe I shouldn't have taken Lisa's side back there. Oh, also, what we choose actually matter. You're wrong? In turn to fight the other 3 contestants. Right, you behaving like a child. Save your brace. He's not even listening to us anymore. So, what are we supposed to do now? Did I skip something? No. We should still solve the puzzle, right? It's the only way forward. That's right, Agatha. What is it? I have completed chapter 17 in 2017. So you've at least finished half of the game in 17. And seriously, it's 2 years to release the rest of the game. But if you think about this, all these chapters, they just reusing the same graphic from the first chapter, and even same background. Music, you don't need to create it yourself, of course. So what is left? Only text? Why it took so long to develop it? Usually, to create a visual novel in Flash, well, the first one took me 1 month. It's like 1 episode here. But usually it took less and less and even less. And finally I was able to create 30 minutes chapter for, well, game. I didn't release any chapters. It's just 5 days, like a week, working week. Anyway, all Flash games are done nowadays. You cannot play them official way. Must download some player and players say I'm not working as expected. Solving the puzzle is our only option. Ray can ignore us all he likes, but we don't need his help with this. Unity. Of course it's harder to create something in Unity, no? Oh, it's easier. I don't know, Flash was using some kind of Java. It's called ActionScript, but it actually was just another Java. So it's very easy to use it. Unity? Is it using C#? Ray can ignore us all he likes, but we don't need his help with this. Well, let's get started then. Oh no, wait, again another puzzle, so fast? No? Excuse me? A puzzle can wait. Let's head back into the launch. Why? Maybe it was created by a single person, I don't know. Yeah, it was created by a single person, you're right. Those bug fixes? Maybe some other things? It's better to create such games in HTML5, I think. Well, nowadays, of course, it's Unity. But in 2017, I would select HTML5. Why? It's important. Now follow me. What could be more important than the puzzle? I suppose I can spare you a few minutes of my time. Sure about that, bet? By the way, where's the toilets here? Just a few minutes ago, you had you under pretty intense Scrutiny? What is this? No idea. Especially why I want to hear from you. I'll join you, Beth. Well, if anyone can figure the puzzle out on their own, it's probably Ryan. Giving him some space might not be a bad idea. Wait, so can he solve it for us? Maybe he just didn't spend all his time creating this game and believe the hardest and the longest part to create this scenario. Yeah, you're right. I took going ahead. I'll be there in a second. Well, what I was doing, I was using already created stories just to make them visual novels instead. Adding music, graphic, but I had never write them myself. Well, because I cannot write anything in English. I was always releasing in English. And after this, some of them I translated into Russian. Like, well, it was with My Little Pony novel, but it was super short. It was easy to translate. But any legend, now I just copy past the English text. So it was easy. So you're right. Beth and Arthur exchange not before leaving. Hey, Ryan? What? Can you come get us when you solve the puzzle or when you get stuck? Yeah, don't worry. So he actually will solve it for us. Thanks. Maybe because I solved the puzzle differently, there will be no puzzle in this chapter. Leaving Ryan alone with the puzzle, Ink doubled back into the lounge. Alright, I'm here. Good. You've all been given one of these, right? I had almost forgotten about my Jiminy and scene, for that matter. Yeah, I've got one. Well, what are you waiting for? Send your contact a message asking for help. If you can get our contacts to look for us, we might be able to get out of here without having to play this stupid game. So, maybe Lisa had never typed anything in her PDA. That's why she's asking right now everyone else. So she might be cannot write at all. This exists. Next, she's holding in right hand, so there's no trouble with your hand. So yeah, she cannot write or read. Why not? Very good explanation. Right. Link followed her example and reached for his Gemini. What's a date? I don't understand. It's not a date, it's something else. 379. It's definitely 379 or 3179. Let me write it down. I don't have paper, okay, I have phone. 379. 379. I just think about it. But it looks like 7, so it might be not a date. So it can be 3179 2019. A secret code that if I enter it in the what was password at the end, he might do something, I don't know. Or it can be just 379 and 2079. I don't know, can I count this slash as 1 or not? Anyway, let's remember this. I sent it to my message. Come on, synchronize, synchronize. Don't want to lose it. Okay, here it is. Why were we all given this? Are they here to throw us off, or... It's certainly strange. Why hold it? Yeah, it would be actually nice if they had a timer here. How many left hours? Not the date, so it might be not the date. Why hold us captive if we can just call for help? Who cares? The important thing is that we have these phones. There's no point in not using them. So, yeah, she skipped insisting, so she cannot type it herself. I suppose you're right. Even so, you know how to use one of these, right, Beth? I do, though I'm rather slow at selecting the right letters. I can type a few messages out for you if you like. You don't need to do that. Heather, I'd hate to waste your time. What is she hiding, by the way? Interesting. Everyone is hiding something. Oh, don't you worry about that. It won't take long. If you insist, I suppose there's no harm in trying. As they knelt down next to Bess and they began to compose a message for Beth's contact, the whispers soon made way for the rapid tapping of screens. Now would be a good time to message Sin again. Sin, please tell me you're there. Yo, it's your boy Sin. Sup, you back to on campus yet? Sin, listen. What I'm about to tell you probably won't make any sense, but I need you to pay attention. I think I'm in serious danger. Sounds like someone had a bad morning. Did you have a run-in with that girl's dad? Worse than that, I'm afraid. You know that story where a psycho kidnaps a bunch of people and forces them to play a game? And you reminded of So? Isn't every story like that these days? He's right. There's too many stories like this. Isn't every story? Which one are you referring to? Point is, I've been kidnapped and I'm trapped in a hotel. I've got 24 hours to make it out of this here, or I'm going to die. You hear that? This isn't a joke, Sin. You're my contact, and Sen said, I'll need your help to get out of here. What the heck are you going on about? I understand none of that. I'll explain later. Can you just promise me you'll do what I ask? Yeah, I guess. You need to send some help over to a hotel called the Four Elements. Police, fire crew, anything. I don't even know where that is. Is it in Belbridge? I'm not sure. Look it up for me. I can do that. I am not at my computer right now, though. What about your actual phone? Left it in my room, sus. Sus? What is sus? Sorry? Sorries? No idea. I thought you were busy shitposting. I have many exciting hobbies, such as munching free brunch from bookstore guy. But I can head back to my room and stir if that's what you want. I can tell you still don't believe me, but if you ever considered yourself my friend, then please help me out. Alright, buddy, I'm on it. I'll message you when I find the address of this Four Elements place. Thanks, that would be a huge help. Bye L then? Wait a second, what is L? Kinda. He's using very strange shortness for the words. BB is okay, but BL? No idea. Alright, good news everyone. My friend Sin is going to look up our locations and send help. That's great. Do you think it'll take him long? He should get back to me shortly. He's a bit a joker sometimes, but he's not one to dull when something important is on the line. So brief lull? What? What is this? It was only then that Ian had noticed Beth, the manner. Her skin had turned a pasty white color, and her once excellent posture had regressed into sludge. What? What's the matter, Beth? Beth's contact hasn't responded yet. She sent him a message, but this hasn't been a reply. Is it another old man that don't know how to use the PDA? Don't worry, Beth. Your contact probably isn't near there, Jiminy, right now. Either that, or they haven't received it, right? He simply doesn't want to talk to me. I'm not expecting a reply. If you don't mind me asking, who is your contact, Beth? Is it your grandson, son? Ink, I'm not sure that's something she wants to talk about right now. It's fine, Ether. I think it would be best if you didn't keep any secrets. My contact is named Earl. He's my son, as I thought. Oh, I had no idea. Your own son doesn't even want to talk to you? We haven't spoken for quite some time, and I'm afraid the last time we spoke, we didn't exactly end it on a positive note. It must be some cruel joke that sent choose him as my contact. Wait a second, maybe? What you all have in common? It's about your communication with your contact? He said it's important. Okay, what about Ink and his friend? Maybe his friend it's really Joker and will never help him. So you must establish some relationships. And in this case, what about Lisa, I definitely sure that she cannot use this phone at all, well, PDA, for typing anything, because she can't read. Alright. I don't suppose we'll be getting any help from him then. That's alright, my father should be able to get us through good. Maybe she typed some random text. But definitely, how can you communicate? Why you cannot ask for help? Okay, so she is shy about your disability. Alright. Take it you've made some progress. I've told him the name of the hotel. Once he determines my exact location, he'll be sending some of my personal escorts to extract me. Okay, maybe she finally was able to copy the name of the hotel. Yes, it's possible. So if she really sends it, it was the only thing that she would able to send because there's nothing other letters that she can copy past. Personal escorts. So they like your bodyguards? Something like that. They're the best of the best. Okay, that sounds pretty serious. Does your father have enemies? Oh, I don't know. I'd say they kind of suck if they let you get kidnapped. This might be a low or something. Try this. Who is he exactly? His name is Nolan Treacher, and nobody with a smidgen of common sense would try to cross him. He's as influential as he is wealthy. If he's as influential as you say he is, then surely he must have some enemies. Other than a kid who keyed our car and some asshole who tried to burn down our house, no, I can't think of anyone. Why do you ask? Early this morning you said that you had a feeling that someone would try this eventually. Now you're telling me that your dad hires out elite escorts for you. It sure sounds like someone's got it in for either you or your father. It's different. How so? I'm just worth protecting, that's all. That's a cover up for something if I ever heard one. Whatever. Hey, Ether. What is it? Isn't your contact your father? Yeah? That was me then. Yeah, same as you. Okay, why you, Ether, cannot communicate with your contact, let's say? Will you ask your dad to send some help to Ether? I don't think he'll be much of help to us, I'm sorry. As I said, nobody can communicate with their own contact. I believe it will be the same. What about, right? As I looked away flustered. Ink hadn't a clue what the deal with your father was, but felt genuinely sorry for having brought it up. Don't worry about it then. If it's any consolation, my dad wouldn't be of any help either. The door behind Ink shoved open. Did you solve it? Ray had returned. Alright. Have you solved the puzzle already? Not really, no. I'm just taking a small break. My hands are starting to cramp up, so I thought I can't sit down. You tried to pick up it. Isn't cramp it up? What? Didn't you say that you were close to figure it out? Well, my first solution fell through, and my other methods is taking me a while. Besides, if I rest for a bit, I might be able to solve it in the old-fashioned way, picking it up. Funny, I was under the impression that programmers were good at problem solving. I'd like to see you do better. A spoiled little girl like you doesn't even have a tenth of my talent. Thankful for that. The only talent you seem to have is giving up. Giving up. What? What did he say? I'm not giving up, I'm just... Stop. Beth, for the second time today, had brought the argument to a halt with well-timed shout. She had a powerful voice. Okay, she might be a bad person. That's ridiculous. Can you just won't speak to each other without getting into a fight? Maybe you ought to give Ryan his break and get started on the puzzle ourselves. What do you say to that, Lisa? Maybe they're both in love. Well, like in any Japanese drama. Fine. We have all messaged our contacts, so we can go. I'd like to help with the puzzle too. Now that's what I like to hear, let's hop to it. Ink, do you think you could keep Roy company while he and Lisa let off some steam? Steam. Steam? What was this? Steam. I can do that, I guess. Thank you. I can. See if you can get him to message his contact while you're at it. Sure. Beth and the other girls murder Rain in the next room. Wait a second, the next puzzle will be so hard that nobody could solve it? Now along with Ray, Ian struggled to find a suitable conversation starter. So, how was the puzzle? This one's shorter than the other two. You think Saint made this one unbeatable? No, that might be completely nuts, but I don't think he'll do something like that. You've been told multiple times that we're playing a game, and it's not a game if you can't win. Puzzles different from the others, that's all. It's less of a tile thing and more of button thing. Okay, we can pick it up for sure. Not as detailed as a description as I'd have liked, but okay. You know, out of all the weird ass things to happen to me this morning, these puzzles got to be the most confusion. I mean, why is they even here? Who the hell would have something to gain from this? And by the way, if I really stuck in any puzzle, well, we have more than 2 hours to play, I would simply end the stream on the puzzle and think about it later? Like stay? Might be. Anyway, we should not stop on the text, or should we? I'm not sure, it depends on how hard puzzles will be next. First two were super easy. Been wondering that myself, maybe Saint is one of those Darwinist freaks. What? You mean like natural selection? Wait a second, what? Not to hold the bird the same kind of here. I mean, why are we in here? How is it related to Darwinist freaks? Didn't get it. Maybe Saint is convinced that we can't solve these puzzles and we are not fit to remain in the gen pool? It's pretty messed up theory. Still, I guess it makes more sense than most of what I've heard today. Hey Ray, can I ask you something? Well, if they actually bring it up here with this plot, this means it's wrong. It's not related to natural selection. What is it? What do you have against Belbridge University? No, but I can understand what you have against this Belbridge University. Anyway, it's who's your contact is more suitable. Who's your contact? The person on the other end of your Gemini. Wait, if every single one has a problem with their contact, so his contact must be his teacher in this university. Why not? Because he will have trouble? I don't understand why Ian could have trouble with this Joker, but maybe it's because he's Joker. What is to you? I'm just curious, that's all, and you never know, it might be important. So, if I write, this means that Saint's goal is to make them communicate each other somehow. You aren't going to tell me? In this case, in the next in the plot, we figured out that Ink's friends will never help him and do not want to help him. I don't know. It would be what I actually do with this plot. No, he is allowed to keep his secrets. Then so am I. Can't really argue with that, I guess. So, looks like I'm right. You wouldn't be able to get any help from them anyway. As far as you're concerned, I have no contact. Sure. I never want you to bring this up again. Do you understand? Okay, sorry I asked. Anyway, it's been a minute or two. I want to give the others some help with the puzzle. Fine, my hand eased up a bit, so I'm ready to get back to it. It was pretty flimsy excuse, but he was happy that Ray seemed to have calmed down a little. He marched out of the door, but Ray cut ahead of him and made it through first. And then Bess huddled around the monitor in quiet contemplation. Lisa was instead of... what? Was instead of to their side? Focused on her Gemini. Any luck, ladies? Okay, why is she using her Gemini if he cannot actually use it? No, we haven't been able to figure it out yet. I haven't had a look yet I've still got to fill my father in on some details. Let me take a crack at this then. Okay. Sort by color. Why is this only 5? Okay, so some of them will match. Let's see. Red letter. Red fox. What is this? Red tape. And red home? Green home. Oh, blackmail. Oh, I got this. It's blackmail. In this case, it's blueprint. What about tape? Maybe greenhouse, yeah. Oh, red tape and white tape. This I don't know. Okay, we figured out just strip symbols. I'm not sure about the red and white because red mail. So it's blueprint. So red print. Never heard about this. Red tape. I don't know. Red house. Maybe it's red tape, but I don't know what is red tape. I can Google for this. Just red tape. Nothing else. Red tape. What is red tape? Tape. Red tape. Excessive bureaucracy or adherence to rules and formalities, especially in public business, so red tape existed. Never heard about it. Okay, and what about white? A White House. Red tape. Greenhouse. Blueprint. White House. And blackmail. Puzzles are super easy. I don't know, it's super easy. I don't know what will be next, of course. Was that the right combination? I think so. How is that this? How? Wait a second, it was so easy. I think I get it, they're all expressions. Right, from left to right, you got red tape, greenhouse, blueprint, white house, and blackmail. Man, that puzzle was stupid. Oh yeah? I think you're just angry that you couldn't figure it out. You want to talk, you just stood there, staring at your Jiminy the entire time. Please, I just got us all rescued, thanks you very much. Is your father sending help? How? Yeah, filled him on pretty much everything that's happened so far. As soon as he finds the location of this hotel, he'll be sending his best man after us. So she actually can use it. I still don't understand. Or is she lying right now? It's awesome news, Lisa. My contact scene is also searching for the address, and my scene and set sounds something similar. So if he finds it before your father does, wait a second, maybe Sin is actual who actually captured us here. Yeah, sounds fair. A similar, familiar. Familiar sound echoed throughout the teeny chamber. Ink picked at his Jiminy's screen, but saw no notifications. That's mine! Earl, he got back to me! That's awesome, Beth. Looks like your son wants to talk to you after all. Sir, would you mind help me compose a message once again? I still can't believe it. No problem, Beth. Bring your Jiminy over here. Happy for you, you know? Are you talking to me? I think it's great that even... Wait a second, so we never heard a sound coming from your PDA. You understand why it didn't come from Ray or Ether? But you said that you actually sent something to your father, so if there was no signal, you sent nothing, he didn't answer. Seems great that even after all this time of not speaking to one another, their son is still willing to help you out of time of need. Or maybe your father just doesn't want to help, I don't know. Yes, it's really magical. I'm the verge of stairs. Sorry for trying to be positive. And... oh, sauce. Okay, Sen, let's see if you found anything else. So if I write, he will not help you at all. Or he might be who created all of this. Let's see. Hey, Ink. What took you so long? You found the address, right? But this Ink, that Ink. I've got some good news and some bad news. Real original. Anyway, spill. Good news. And that the address I found for the Fallen Metals Hotel points to downtown Belbridge. So, I'm in Belbridge Hotel. Thanks for letting me know, but of course there's the bad news. What is it? The Full Metal Hotel no longer exists. Because it was relocated, not destroyed, but relocated. What? That was a typo, right? It closed down around 20 years ago and was subsequently demolished, so it was actually moved. So, such thing many times. Depends on how many floors here, but for example, even in Texas there were buildings that were moved, and they were huge, like at least 20 floors, I'm not sure. That's why it took me so long to find any information about it. Are you sure you're in the right hotel? There's got to be another hotel named The Four Elements. So all this to it. I'll solve this puzzle a bit longer because my English is a bit worse. You see? But worst? Your English is not worse. Well, I definitely think that I'm still cannot use English correctly. It's very hard for me to what? Wait a second. No, we read blackmail. No, I saw mail, so blackmail was kinda obvious. Yeah, if you don't know English, you cannot figure it out. Red tape, I'd never heard about it. But it's easy to Google. Well, of course, you didn't use Google. And we can simply pick it up. Red tape, why not? The next closest. Well, you were able to translate Zero Escape without any problem. Maybe you were able to play the third game without any problem, despite that it's actually a cutscene that's automatically playing. The next closest one is way out of the country. There's no way you could have made it there from Belbridge in a day. So we disappeared for one day. Belbridge right now can be not demolished but built underground. Well, we still cannot see through the windows, there's no windows for some reason. Windows must exist even in the hotel room, so I don't understand. Oh, I see. So there will be more puzzles depending on English, because I was playing what I actually requested from you. 7 gets allows hour, so 11th hour, very dependable on English in puzzle solving, and it was so hard to me to solve it. Very hard, super hard. I don't remember, did I use the help from the internet? I think yes. Yes, I was googling something. Gosh, I played this game and don't remember it. But Seventh Guess and Satan's Doll were for any language, of course. Next closest one is way out of the country. There's no way. Okay. Ink, are you there? Hello? Hello? Ink is not responding. Saving. Let's check the extras. Standings. Why I'm rising relationship with you, but not Ray. And what is this? What is this question marks? Wait a second, something is happening here. So every single time we go into the screen, we are seeing new symbols that I cannot click. Let's gates. Definitely this 4 corners hotel. Wait a second. What was this? For walls? For holes? Anyway, I think it's corners. And I don't know what is this to. Okay, we still have enough time. That sinking feeling. It's like in Zero Escape when they was sinking there on Titanic. Not that gigantic, but it actually was a building queue. A 4 Elements Hotel no longer exists. Ink read the message again. It made no more sense the second time. Or the sort of was, okay, if they can communicate in real time, so they didn't travel in time when this hotel exists. At least. So maybe emulation of the hotel, just one single floor. It's easy to do. Anyway, you don't need to replicate the hotel because nobody went in it. The Four Elements Hotel no longer exists. Ink paused, unsure of whether to bring it up. I don't want to cause panic, but if I don't tell them, the contacts might waste valuable time looking for this place. Or maybe your contact lied to you. Here goes nothing. I've got some bad news, guys. Did your friend get back to you? He did, and let's see. As for the address of the hotel, the fundamentals not in Belbridge? That's fine, I suspect as much. Not quite. The hotel isn't like anywhere. Could he not find the address? He did find an address, and it does lead to downtown Belbridge, but the hotel doesn't exist anymore. What? What do you mean? It doesn't exist. Your friend must be mistaken. Well, there was a hotel called the Four Elements in Belbridge, but the hotel was demolished around 20 years ago. It isn't around anymore. There's no point in telling your father to look for it. It's ridiculous! I don't believe that for a second! If the hotel doesn't exist, then how is it possible that we're inside of it, so it's not this hotel? Kinda obvious. Well, and there's no windows. You know, I kind of expected something like this. I don't know why you're making such a big deal out of it. You expected the hotel to not exist? Stop saying that the hotel doesn't exist. What kind of talk is that? Come on, there's perfectly good explanation for all this. You know what it is, right? We're in another building, or we are traveled through time? No, not through the time, we're in another building. Another building? One designed to resemble the Four Elements? Right on? But why would anyone want to discuss another building as a 20 years old hotel so will not able to be found? I'm not sure why Sen chose the Four Elements hotel specifically. Sen could simply hold some personal attachment to the hotel. Or maybe he knew one of our contacts would look up the address and wanted to get some sort of reaction out of us. It's possible too. What's important is that, by the way, why is he not answering to his friend Sin? What's important is that Sen has made it possible for us to call for help. We'd almost be better off if he hadn't given this building name at all. There's no way for us to know where we are. So my father won't be able to find us, even if he goes to where the old Four Elements hotel used to stand. He'll be looking in the wrong place. I still won't believe that until my father tells me himself. He held into the hope that somehow Lisa's father would report back with different news. He trusted Sin but hoped his friend had simply gotten mixed up. Well, now that our chances of rescue have plummeted, it looks like our best bet is to play exit corners and win. Yeah, we've been idling this hallway long enough, let's move. And still, there's nobody trying to recall that there was a blood incident, the author. So we are forgetting about this? Okay. Briar led the way into the next room, with Ink following close behind. Okay, so maybe Ink is dying and he must play this game to actually survive. I don't know. Two pairs of elevators. Elevators here. And still no windows. How's it possible? Lined the walls with Ink found the air in the room pleasantly warm, if humid. Elevators. And no lobby inside. Mustn't be on ground level. Think they'll lead us to the exit? It would be foolish to assume that we already reached the exit, but we'll be one step closer at least. There's a door around the corner. It's a far end. This little plugin next to the door with a symbol on it. Not sure what that means. So, say around 30 chapters, and this section is something like a month? 30 days? Since that just means it leads to stairwell there. Right, wait a second, what? The door runs the corner of the far and this little plugin next to the door with a symbol on it. Oh, so you still do not understand like text to other. Okay, I do understand. That she cannot identify images, text, etc. Could you see if it's locked? Yeah, I guess. Where's Sand, I wonder? Or maybe she just has a bad vision? But no. It would be more logical if just she's stupid. Why do you need to hide that you cannot see? You actually would want to hide that you cannot understand what you see. I think we should take the stairs. Oh, why is that? Unless you've got a good reason, I prefer to take the elevators. Never mind then. We don't have a choice, the door leading to the stairwell is locked, so elevators it is. Elevators, you say. It doesn't look like there are any buttons we can use to call them, or we're supposed to get the doors open. So if no buttons, this means it's not a hotel. Let's see. I wonder if there's some sort of trigger or familiar noise disrupted in thoughts. Greetings and solutions! Contestants, I pray you're all having fun. It's saying contestants like they trying to compete each other, I'm not sure. With no monitor inside, it was difficult for him to pinpoint where Sam's voice was coming from. He lowered his head and listened, and there's no monitor. As for your next course of action, you'll notice there are 4 elevators in this room. In a few seconds, the elevators will open. I would suggest you have a look at them, or you could die. It's another catchphrase. Well, that was underwhelming. At least he has the decency to not waste our time. It's almost 9 PM. Just as Sen had promised, elevators had all opened. Each sported a lit monitor. This seems pretty similar to the console in that first halfway. So, it's a hand scanner. It's corners, by the way, they have 5, so 4 of them are corners. Also still thinking about hide and plot this game. Looks like it. The other contestants called out from all corners of the room. The one over here too. And in this one, it would appear there's one in each of the elevators and there's 4 elevators. Let's see here. He placed his hand on the scanner. Nothing. Is it not working? I think he wants us to write in different elevators, so there's 5 elevators. What makes you say that? Just a hunch. It's worth a try at least. Hey, listen up. Everyone, get into different elevators. When I count to 3, put your hands on the scanner. Wait a second, if every single one of them should solve the puzzles, how Lisa will able to solve it? She might die in this chapter. Ink could hear the other contestants following Rice's instructions. Each of them made their way into different elevator. Hold on a second. There are 5 of us, but only 4 elevators, so you must go with Lisa to help you. By the way. Alright, looks like you'll have to double up with someone. Who should I go with? Up to you, I guess. Just hurry up and choose. Ink looked at the 4 open elevators. Rice stood in the first. Lisa stood in the second. Well, I think we must go with Lisa or she will simply die here in this game. I don't know. I stood in the third. Finally, Ethel stood in the fourth, shaking like a leaf. Why is she so jittery? Maybe the game decides for ourselves. But I should just hurry up and pick one. It's not like it'll matter. Alright then. Well, Lisa? It sounds very logical to me. I don't know. Maybe it just writes your relationship. Call with Lisa. No. What? Why not? Why not? Because I think she cannot read the text or understand symbols, as she said, so she might never solve this puzzle without any help. That's why. She definitely didn't text anything to her father. We heard no response from her father. And she cannot even read the symbol which says it's there, so this means he cannot use the screen to solve the puzzle. That's what I was thinking. And you was thinking differently? And you went with Ezra? Why? She can do it by herself. You're coming with me. Find someone else to write. Okay, so we cannot write with her. In this case, how will she solve the puzzle? Come on, it's only a few seconds. Why? Are you in love with me or something? Knock it off. No, just thought. I don't care, write with someone else. Looks like there's no other choice, we must go with Ezra. Accumulated ink made his way over to Ezra's elevator. So there's no choice. Ink greeted the girl with an awkward half smile, but she seemed unusually despondent. Ink wondered if she had even heard this yelling. What's with Enter all of a sudden? We don't know. Ink stepped into the... Wait a second, am I right that Lisa cannot read? Alright. Ink stepped into the elevator, making sure to give the bespectacled girl plenty of spare. Alright, everyone. On the count of 3. Okay, if we select Bess, how she will argue this? Not sure. Metal doors behind him closed, robbing the elevator of any outside light. Hey, Ink! Thanks for coming with me. Don't mention it. You looked a bit lonely, to be honest. It closed space. My hands get all clammy and I get short of breath and... She's claustrophobic? Anyway, I hope someone would keep me company. I hope you don't find that selfish of me. Come on, that's hardly selfish. Besides, everyone's afraid of something. But it's pathetic, pathetic. And then, what? Why it was so fast? Why it keep going? Oh... Wait a second, that's so small. I'm going to die here. That's what it's telling me. This just one big coffin escape is impossible. It's never wrong. I know now, I know. It's never wrong. What does it mean by it's never wrong? The same way I know about your... What? Are you talking to me or... I'm glad that I read this. Interesting. So, strong today. What? I know about you? So strong today? Ethan, you need to calm down. What are you trying to tell me? Slowly now, wait a second. It's never wrong. Actually, I have several ideas about this text, but I'll better not say anything. I say you need to calm down. What are you trying to tell me? Slowly now. I'm sorry. I don't even really know what I'm saying. My head is all messed up. This looks like more than simple claustrophobia. Is there anything I can do to help? Wait a second, it was in I have no mouth, but I must scream. Yeah, the yellow elevator. And if I write... Alright. Girl shook her head. It looked like all they could do was wait for the elevator right to end. First thing, she's trembling. I looked up at him. She opened her mouth to speak, but another voice filled the elevator and started. Hello, contestants. Now you must contend against each other. The synthetic voice made both of them jump. Ian guided a nearly paralyzed Ethan to the corner of the elevator to get a better view of the monitor. Sure enough, in the middle of the screen, hope you enjoyed the ride thus far. Wait, have you started moving already? Maybe we've been going so slowly that it's hard to tell. However, I'm afraid this ride is about to take a turn for the worse. Just look here. I believe in 2 hours he will start streaming. For some reason he's streaming always at night for the last 3 streams, so I cannot be on his stream. We strongly advise evacuating this elevator as soon as possible. What's it? It's too late to evacuate? How unfortunate. I'll admit my timing on that one could have been better. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. A recent study confirms that most people would prefer drowning to being crushed or burned alive. Is it? This is of course completely unrelated to exit corners. Well, if you drown you can instantly die. If you crushed and burned alive it takes a lot of time, so yeah. Can you imagine anyone wanting to draw? However, if the alternatives are really that awful? Goodbye. What? And where's the puzzle? Crap. Ink! Below us is water! It's water! Ink didn't have to look, he could already feel it. His feet, water! Instead of skipping. We are sinking. Ink slammed his fist on the elevator closed door, but it was useless. There wasn't anyone's elevator hall to help them. So, puzzle for Lisa must be the one that she can solve, isn't it? I don't know. He tried to wedge his fingers between the two steel doors, hoping to prise them open, or maybe some of them will die, but only succeed in bruising his knuckles. So maybe one of them should solve the puzzle, not all of them. When that didn't work, he wailed on the door some more. Let me out of here! Are you going to... Ink? Have they looked... And by the way, so elevators didn't move. They're still on one floor. It just full of water. This means the hotel is just one floor building and it can be under the surface. Ethel looked worse than ever before. Her shaking worsened, and every word she spoke fought to escape her throat. Ink puts his hand on his shoulder. He didn't expect the gesture to calm her down, but he didn't know what else to do. It was at that moment that Ink noticed something had appeared on the monitor at the back of the elevator. Puzzle. Okay. I think we saw it very quick. Ink felt a small fire well up inside of him. This was no time for hesitation. What's going to happen to us? I know you're scared, but try to stay home. I'm going to get you out of here, okay? Okay. It's a puzzle, it's obviously here for a reason. I think if you solve it, we'll be alright. It's not like we have a choice, we need to solve this thing, and fast. Or maybe it will be so slow that... Don't drown. Oh, this means that elevator goes down, despite that it's not going down, it's water which is going up. I still think it's one floor, so we just need to do the opposite. Alright. Is it possible? Can you rotate them? Wait a second, we cannot rotate it. Anyway, it goes down for sure. This was already down. How can I rotate it? Oh, negative space. Can I do this with negative space? Negative space, negative space. Oh gosh. How it was? I don't remember. Oh, it's going here. I don't know, puzzles here are super easy. And they're all about negative space, maybe it's somehow related to the plot? Had better to be... That had better be the right answer. It looks about right, but another puzzle? Heather fell silent. The second was the hardest so far. It was hardest. 26. To display it on the screen. You said it's also that, but I would never figure it out that it's that. I don't know, 26, it said it must be number 26 number, it was this thing. So 26, why should be that? Well, I do understand why it should be that, but still, for me, I was thinking it's about like, you know, A, B, C and so on, so it should be P. Hello, anybody rubber? But it wasn't P, why that? Because starting from the ABC, no, it wasn't logical to me. I would never use that, I think. We'll try to use some other numbers, like make it based 16, based maybe 7, oh, based at 4 or 5, like 5 people in the elevator, or 4 people in the elevator. So if 26 didn't work, I will use base 4, base 5 numbers. But still never use that. I don't know. Maybe because I don't remember that there's 26 numbers in the alphabet. I don't even remember how much letters in Belarusian or Russian languages. I think that in Belarusian languages there's more letters than in Russian. Let me check. But no, recently they actually removed 2 letters from it. Let me Google. Just interesting. Belarusian alphabet. How many? What? Kinda a lot? Wait a second, they added more letters in it? It can't be. Something is wrong. Language Belarusians. 32. 32 letters. How many in Russian alphabet? Let's see. Maybe 31? 33. Wait a second. Belarusian has 1 less letter. In the past it was 33 letters, so 1 more letter. And now 2 were removed because by the way, it's where J and G letters that were removed. As I remember. Let's see. Yeah, they were removed. So now we have less letters than it should be. It's kinda sad. It's very sad. Removing letters from the alphabet. Other fail sound, I still don't understand why is it. For example, in English, nobody removed it, right? Or maybe it was. I don't know. She went through the waist-high water and gripped Ink's hand so hard she almost crushed it. Is this the window to Paris? You recall this movie? No. Closed his eyes. All he could do now was wait. Waiting. His eyes shut open as he heard the doors behind him do the same. Whatever water remained in the elevator spilled into the room. This means they did not move in the elevator, it's still the first floor. Or ground floor, doesn't matter. Let it carry him out into the cold, hard floor. Ink. Would you mind? So, every one of them solved the puzzle, or it was enough for only us, because I'm more than sure that Lisa cannot do this. Hey, I'm allowed to, or maybe only our elevator was drawing. So all this game was created for Ink. Let's figure it out. I almost had a heart attack back there. All of the elevators returned at once, it seems. Why don't you help me check up on the others then, if you're in such high spirits? Sure, I can do that. Okay, so one of us should solve it. Ryan and Arthur were standing by the wall closer to Ink. I seems a little shaken, but otherwise fine. I'm a little worried about Arthur. I mean, look at her, she's practically shivering. I think she just needs some time to regain her composure. I'll have a word with her just to be safe. That leaves one contestant. Is she just deep in thought or is something wrong? Are you alright? Did it happen to you too? Just look around, Lisa. Everyone's soaked from their things down. What do you think? Oh, is that? Right, you're right. Of course. Did you solve the puzzle? Did it even show up for you? I saw it, but I didn't saw it, did you? As I was right, Lisa cannot solve anything. She cannot read. Yeah, we managed to solve it. I guess Santa arranged it so that if one of us solved the puzzle, it would rise all 4 elevators. Thank God he had the decency to set it up that way. Yeah, in this case, Lisa would simply die. Gee, what a stand-up guy. Remind me to attend his next charity dinner. I guess hoping for a thank you was a bit optimistic for me. Anyway, Ink, it seems your friend was right after all. Wait a second, you want to say you got the answer from your father, or She never got it, it's just lying right now. Four elements was in fact demolished before I was even born. My father sent me a message while I was in the elevator. He said the same thing your friend did, because we heard no signal, right? In this sound pitch sound. So what's your dad going to do now? He says he's going to have his men check out downtown Bellbridge, where the hotel used to stand. Not sure how much good that'll do. Professor will find me. That's a guarantee. Alright if you say so. Strange clicking sound made him turn his head. What was that? Looks like that solving the puzzle knocks the door to the stairwell. I think that's the only way forward. Yeah, looks like it. Ian scratched his head. Something was off. Is anyone else getting the impression that this game seems a bit too linear? Not quite sure what you mean by that. Go through a door, solve a puzzle, unbox the next door, repeat. When Sen said that we needed to discover the exit, I thought there would be some kind of large maze-like compound to explore. The traps and stuff for sure, but the game's actual structure is a lot simpler than I had expected. It's linear because it has to be. What do you mean by that? Everything in this hotel is automated. The mechanism that unlocks the door, the puzzles, sends messages, and even the traps. Okay, if everything is automated, Sand is in game and one of us. Ray, I don't think he is. Beth? It's definitely not Lisa. Ian himself but with amnesia. Cells seems to run themselves, using sensors and switches, no external input required. From a design standpoint, having the game be linear makes it a hell of a lot easier to plan out. Even in the rooms where we don't need to press any switches, messages could be set to play after a short delay. The one back in the long worked like that, I think. But if Sven doesn't need to operate the game in any way, then what is he doing right now? Do you think he's watching us somehow? Worse. Sand is one of us. If you say this, that means that he's not one of us. What? It's like in any visual novel. How could you say that? I've been considering the possibility for some time now. Rice's analysis of the traps really put it into perspective, so one of us is Sand. Hey now, let's not jump to conclusions here. And listen, exit corners is a game. Or so we've been told, games are for people's amusement. Whose amusement? Not mine, that's for sure. This game was made to please Sand. He must get a kick out of watching people scream. Now, what do you suppose would be the easiest way to observe and keep track of us? By pretending to be contestant. Is that what you're getting at? Presley. He's got a front row seat to his own twisted game. Why would Sand put themselves at such risk? Not only the traps, but if any of us found out who they really were? Well, in one all possibility it must be Beth. Why does Grandma looks like Petrus? What? I don't know. Well, he probably knows the location of the traps and the solutions to the puzzles, and I suppose his plan is to avoid getting caught. But incorrect his brain trying to find something that could prove Lisa wrong. His search was... if it was Zero Escape, we had actually an answer, the right answer to Slake, but I think it's not. As much as he didn't want to believe it, Lisa's theory was possible. Or it would be like, block it, you must go to another path and figure out who is Sand. Don't tell me that it never once crossed your mind, Ink. Well, yes, of course it crossed my mind. Ink stammered, unable to come up with a suitable reply. Just who is Sand? What are you after? Are you really one of us? End of chapter. So far 4 chapters, and I spent how many times? 19, 20, 21, 3 hours. 3 hours so far. For 4 chapters. Well, in this Okay, the game is quick. Maybe I'll finish it in. Well, I don't know how long will be the next chapters, but maybe 3 streams will be enough. Okay, be right back. We'll return in 1-2 minutes. Okay, one step at a time, one step at a time. If you check how that related to the puzzle, some games not related, distant contact. What was in the third puzzle? Contacting color with something that's thinking feeling. Alright. So one step at a time. What will it be? Let's figure it out. Puzzle 3 was colors plus images, yeah. That's right. We were blinking them. No? Saint is one of us. With just one simple phrase, Lisa had everyone on edge. In racked his brains trying to disprove her theory, but kept coming up empty. Was Saint really one of the 5 contestants? Look at this. Why is there still no windows? Why is they not puzzling about it? The party made their way into the stairwell connected to the elevator hall. The quiet of distrust had there. But now we know for sure that there are several floors, so I was wrong that there's only just one floor. Insult limply. Wait a second, no witness maybe said that this is a basement. So hotel was demolished, but basement still here. Some hotels it can be 3 floors of basement, even 4. Even in my how can I say it? It's not an office, okay, working space. There was a basement. Very good one. Yeah, it was in Georgia. So, yeah, you can destroy the hotel, but basement's still here. Ming stood limply at the base of the stairs as he waited for someone, anyone, to bring the silence. And its answer? From whom? While none of the other contestants were eager to speak to him, it appears that Sin had something to say. Wait a second, but Sin was asking you, hello, are you still here? And we not answered him. We didn't answer him. Ink whipped out his Gemini and sat on the floor back against the wall. Alright. Ink, are you still there, but I'm getting worried. Yeah, I'm here. Why did you stop messaging me? Yeah, why you didn't answer him? I don't understand. I was just confused, that's all. I still am. I'm more confused than you are, to be honest. Would you mind giving me a quick rundown of what's going on? Yeah, on one condition. Yeah, what is it? I hadn't thought about it until now, but even so, seeing word is what's written here in this video. I don't know if you are really here. That's what I said. That's what I said in the very first episode. It might be not seen, but the organizer and every single contact is him. I'm sure you understand that anyone could be in possession of the PDF you're holding. So, what? You want me to tell you something that only I would know? He might be answering if he is behind this, if he's real sin. You must check others, but I don't know. If you wouldn't mind, how about you come up with 3 things that only the 2 of us would know? Be specific. Okay, no problem. Give me a second to type it out. First thing, I met you in high school, but you only really started hanging out when you enrolled at Belbridge University. We caught up at that old downtown bookstore you used to visit, back when it was still open. Second, you absolutely hate the name Kim. Why? And I'm just about the only person at Belbridge University who knows about that. For information, you still haven't told me the full story. And finally, you're a complete wimp when it comes to girls. Seriously, you've got a lot of catching up to do if you want to be like your main man scene. Remember that night at the campus pub? That blonde girl was mad into you, but you ended up checking out. You spent the rest of the night getting smashed and ended up pucking all over my couch. You probably didn't need to list that last one. Hey, you told me to be specific. Well, at least I know that it's really you, smartass. Try my best. Anyway, how about that rundown? I'm not sure how quick I can make it, but here goes. Okay, so we're skipping time skip. Ian did his best to provide a quick but thorough summary of the day's events. And by the way, I still remember about this number on the phone of the PDA. It took some effort, but after enough explanation, Sin appeared to have a good understanding of the situation. And what about it? If it's really a date at the very last chapter, the data should change. They could not start exactly at 00, isn't it? Who knows? No, they could not. I'm not sure. So, you're a contestant and I'm your contact, is that right? Yeah, I'm one of 5 contestants and they all have their own contacts too. And the girl you woke up with, she's a contestant too? Yeah? What's her name? I don't think this isn't popular. You never know, so what's her name but? Heather. Heather word, 1 on a scale. And on a scale from 1 to 10, what would you rate her? 2? My life is in danger, and you worry about how good looking my fellow captives are? I'm just wondering, besides, if I help rescue you guys, that's probably score me big points with her, you know what I'm saying? I'm a fair Lisa, but she's ignorant for sure. Can you stop fooling around and help me get out of here? And Arthur definitely has some problem with elevators and closet space. So should be not a good idea to hang out with her. Anyway, right, what do you want me to do then? Tell the police to go to a hotel that doesn't exist? That'd be stupid. No, spread this information over the internet so every single person who read about it will try to solve this puzzle. It's kinda obvious what you do. What should you do? Go to Reddit, send the screenshots of this, well, photos of this from your phone, and so on it. That's right, and they will decide themselves to call the police or actually find you. First thing I'd like you to do is to go to my dorm room and what, delete all the history on your computer? The dorm? Why? That's the last place I remember being before my abduction. There might be some clues, though something. Is your door locked? Hell if I know, you might have to break in. Sure, I'll message you as soon as I Houdini my way into your room. Wait a second, but even in the United States, all students have roommates. So it's kinda strange that he's still in dorm alone. It's not possible in dorm. If you're actually renting something, it might be, but not in dorm. No. Thanks, man. I'll take to you later. Okay, ciao. Ink lifted his head from the screen. He had been speaking to Sin for so long he expected the other contestants to have already left. He was half right in his assumption. Only two of the other contestants were still around. Ryan looks like he's thinking real hard about something. He'll probably just yell at me if I try to talk to him, so... Wait a second, Ray can be not a freelancer, but hikikomori. Might be he looks like one. Guess I'll buy Bess instead. Hey Bess, are Arthur and Lisa already upstairs? That's right, why don't you head on up too? I'll join you when I finish messaging my son. No. Arthur poked your head around the corner before scampering down the stairs. What's up, Arthur? There's a puzzle at the top of the stairs. It'd be nice if we had a bit more help. Now, from what I can tell, there don't appear to be traps anywhere in the stairwell. So if that's why any of you were worried, don't get the wrong idea, I was busy messaging scenes, that's all. But there's another reason you came back downstairs, isn't there, Heather? You wouldn't have scrambled down just for that? This is being difficult. I don't think she wants to be left alone with me. She doesn't trust you. I didn't want to get into an argument with her, so I came back here. Wait a second, what can she hide? So she's somehow communicated with PDA, but not by inputting text. Wait a second, maybe she can speak to her father in voice? I don't know. Don't let you get to you. I don't think she'd trust any of us. That's true, I guess. So, what were you thinking of doing now? I'm going to wait for Bess, be upstairs monitoring, or I'll get started on the puzzle. Would you mind giving Bess a hand? Yeah, I would start the puzzle. I'll get started on the puzzle. Would you mind giving Bess a hand with her Gemini? She needs to send her son a few messages. Yeah. Leave it to me. What do you want to type out, Bess? I don't need your help. Why don't you go upstairs as well? Then I'll just keep you company until you're done. Fine, please sit over here. Up there, where I can see you. What? So she's hiding the text message. And by the way, if you look closer here, why is this different color? Is it some secret here? I don't know. Aim through Ether, a quick note before hurrying up the stairs. Oh, just a shadow. What is this door? Hey Lisa. Oh, it's you. So, if it's really a hotel, why is this door here? It's kinda strange. Very strange. So, doesn't the puzzle seem difficult? I haven't started it. I guess it doesn't surprise me. Saying, I've got a proposal for you. What kind of proposal? If the opportunity arises, I think we should split off from the rest of them and find our own way out. Wait a second, why? Why do we have this dialogue right now? It very puzzles me. Are you saying you want to leave them behind and why? Wait a second. You might be said the same to Arthur? You might be said the same to... Okay, maybe with just second one. So Arthur left because she disagreed? And why you wanted one with one of us? Or maybe you won't try to trick every single of us? Of course, don't you? One of them could be sent, you know. Yes, and us as well. Me, I mean Ink. So what? Does it mean you trust me? And by the way, there could be several sends, like in Zero Escape, you know? Zero, there were at least, well, main Zero was one person, but he had a help in first game. The same was with the second one. I don't know what will happen in the third because Foxy didn't play it. So wait, does it mean you trust me? That because I stood up for you back in the long? Don't be ridiculous, you're just my best bet for getting out of here, that's all. There's no... or maybe this dialogue didn't happen if I didn't select you. There's no question that you are the best at solving puzzles. You seems like you could also handle any physical labor. Okay, this explains everything. I was wrong. Yes, I'm sure you could get me out of here single-handedly. Why the hell would I agree to that? Wait a second, how can we split and escape ourselves if doors are not closing after us, so nobody is locked? You'll be paid handsomely, of course. Well, provided you aren't sent yourself, that is. I'm not going to abandon the other just because you think one of them is sent. And hello, Kuluk. You say that now, but if it came down to it, I know you'd put yourself before everyone else. That's just how people are. By the way, I can put into the stream that Foxy Shadow requested it, well, despite it was not a request. And did I mention that I'll be paying you to get me out of here? Because I feel like you didn't hear that part. Play your cards, right? And you won't need a job till you're 30. What? You don't need the job in 30, so you'll tell me how much? Okay, for example, $6,000 per month, and I'm around 22. Okay, 8 years, 100, around $800,000. I believe more than 10? Not sure. Oh, there's no timestamp, so I don't know. Because I feel like you didn't hear that part. Play cards right, okay. Seriously? I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a lot of money to me and my wallet isn't bottomless. No, it's my father's still. If that's what it takes to let you know that I'm serious, then no amount is too much. I'll have you know that I've got a bright future ahead of me. Nothing is worth more than my survival. Nothing. She's trying to trick me, what I was thinking. Or she really does trust me. But, well, it's my second thought. That's a lot of money she's allegedly offering. And I don't trust into money. So, what do you say? And I was not able to provide any answer. Ink. Sorry we took so long. How's the puzzle coming along? Well, we haven't started it actually. Oh, I see. Don't you think we should give it a go? Sorry, we got caught up in small talk. I'll get to the puzzle right away. Okay, gotta clear my head a little. Let's solve this thing. Okay, so everyone is waiting for us to solve the puzzle. It's puzzle me if all 4 of them are sent. The answer is 10. Okay, I can create a 10 number here. It's too impossible, there's too many. Well, of course we must use negative space, because all the puzzles before this except one was using the negative space. Alright. Wait a second, there's not enough negative things here. Let me line up them to see how much of this. Well, it doesn't say 10 number by the way here. In the second puzzle there was actually a number 26. Which cards? What? It was not a card. It was a digivice. That's right, it was a digivice, it was a digital handheld game. So you could get it if you actually select it. So yeah, somebody selected it and I sent it to them. It was elegant weapon by the way. So he got it. yellow handheld game. Well, it's actually cheap, so it's not like some old Game & Watch, it's pretty modern. No, it was not Yu-Gi-Oh! It was Digimon something. I might actually show you, because I got a picture from him. It was this one. I don't know what's on top, of course, not on bottom. So he's actually collecting many different yellow devices. That's right. And it was like a miracle that my device was also yellow. Very strange. I'm not sure about... Well, it cannot be these days, it must be a negative, right? So, you still can get a book, but it's in English, if you want to. I'm mostly sure that nobody will take it, because mostly people are not reading books. It was me who's actually bought this NHK, Welcome to the NHK, and the book is definitely about the channel. Well, it's not related. The first chapter was all about the Japanese broadcasting company. All about it. NHK is a channel. And I read in Wiki that in the screen adaptations, they removed anything related to it. Because it would be like advertising of this channel, and it was created by studio who is not related to NHK. That's why. But in original of course it's a book, a textbook, not manga or something. It's about the channel. And I don't know what will be next, but the last chapter calls Welcome to NHK, so I think he quit his hikikomori and will become an employee of this broadcasting channel. Well, it's not just channel, they're making other stuff as well. It's creating games, of course. Okay, so we have... What do we have here? Two of these. How many do we have? This 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4. No, wait a second. I have an idea. So it's saying not number 10, so it might be... Kind of base number. After 10, 9 it goes 11. Anyway, maybe not even a number, maybe it's letter. A? Can I create 8 with this? Anyway, right now I want to count all of this. So this, that, and have 2 of this. Wait a second, it's actually making a mirror? Right, so... Must be a number that actually in a mirror will be the same number. Nada? Oh, why did I switch it? Why did I switch into Russian? I'm not supposed to. Anyway, we must solve this puzzle, and the only hint we have is the answer is 10, and there's no other hints at all. So, the answer is 10, we must display somehow 10. And right now I see that it can be a Roman 10, I mean X. Right? I just don't know how to create it. Let's start from this. This might be in the middle. I believe it's negative space because every single puzzle is related to negative space, and... wait a second, I cannot create X from this. I cannot rotate them, right? Maybe it's not an X. Well, this number 26 in second puzzle was just very close to the solution, but failed. So maybe here will be the same. Okay, let's put it into the corners first of all. How can it be X? Where should I put this? Oh gosh. Gosh, I don't know. Oh, maybe this? Do we have enough of them? Might be. What should I place here? This? Yeah, looks like... Well, all the puzzles here in this game are very easy. Correct? I don't know. Right now they're easy, I don't know what will be next. There's 30 chapters and it's just chapter number 5. There we go. The answer is 10. Clever. Send. Well done, contestants. You're making great progress so far. I'm truly in awe of your puzzle solving prowess. I can only hope you're all enjoying Exit Corners as much as I am. Don't fret, we're just getting started. I have a lot more in store for all of you. If you're not, in fact, having fun, then I offer my deepest condolences. I will strive to provide a more entertaining game for you. Who the hell would find this kind of game entertaining? At the very least, you're avoiding that's drowning. Speaking of which, you're probably all still soaking wet. How inhospitable of me. Shall facilitate the drying process post-haste. Wait a second, the next will be fire? About getting to cozy zone, or you could die. Would it kill him to be a little less cryptic? By the way, there's another reason, maybe, why it's all pre-recorded, not because he's among us, because he's already died. What do you expect? This is fun for him. He might be already dead. Right, what the hell were you doing down there? Me? I was just following up on a theory of mine. Came to solve the puzzle, but I guess you guys have already taken care of that. Thought you might have needed my help, but if one of you is sent, then I guess you already know all the solutions. Wait a second, so they will think that I'm sent because I'm solving all these puzzles, but what's the point? Not you too, Roy. Is that really what you think? Until I know what the heck is going on, not giving any of you the benefits of the doubt. Come on, now isn't the time to distrust each other. Our best chance at getting out of here is to work together. Teamwork is garbage. I'll beat this whole thing on my own if I have to. Just picking up everything, as we saw in this third puzzle. Wait, what do you want? Aren't you going to tell us what that theory of yours was? What did I just tell you? I don't trust any of you. How would letting you know benefit me in any way? I just thought you'd be kind enough to share. You're really smart, so whatever your theory is, you're probably on the right track. It's definitely not smart. You're trying to butter me up or something? Maybe a little. Come on, Ryan. Are you seriously just going to leave us champing at the bit like this? Oh, please. It's obvious this is just a cry for attention. Is it what you think? Prove me wrong then. What was this? You're just trying to what? Honestly. Every single time. The last thing I need is headache from listening to the two of you squabble. Right, either tell us about your theory or refrain from speaking. Yes, you people just don't let up. I guess sharing wouldn't really change anything. Since, apparently, the 4 elements was demolished some time ago, trying to figure out where the hell we actually are, my theory was that we're underground somewhere. Everything what I thought. Underground? What made you think that? One of the first things I noticed after waking up was that there aren't any windows in here. Got me thinking. Is it really that abnormal? Of course it is. This was something that was bothering me as well. Wait a second. So it's okay for Lisa that there's no windows. And it's okay for her. Maybe she's really insane and came from some kind of crazy house, this asylum. So what she's talking about, rich father, etc. simply lie because she's crazy. It's another answer why she cannot read or write. Because she's not just stupid or ignorant or has some disease, she's crazy. Insane. Okay, I have another theory again about her. Sunlight is essential to keep the human body's internal clock accurate. Without windows, the only way to tell the time indoors would be to look at a clock. It's unnatural. That's why casinos are commonly avoid windows, so that gamblers lose track of time and continue playing games. Some of the dedicated gamblers rob their internal clock so much that they pass out and are sent to the hospital. It's sad, really. I've never been to a casino, so I had no idea. One day. You had never been in a casino, but you're rich. You might be. Well, in some resorts in Vegas, isn't it? But now I understand why there's no windows. Let's not get distracted, guys. So there aren't any windows. By the way, it's not quite right. Casinos there's no windows mostly because you cannot get this ambient light with colorful things, etc. with windows. If you want to have this background like me, it must be no windows here, and there's no windows there. Because sunlight will simply destroy the mood. But not passing time, I'm not sure about this. People who created casinos in the first place might have never were thinking about it. Because first slots were... Okay, I might be wrong. I need to read about the NBK. Okay, let's not get distracted, guys. So, there aren't any windows. That doesn't necessarily mean we are underground, though, does it? I mean, Sam wouldn't want us to be able to see the outside of the hotel anyway. With no way we were instantly. There's no windows in the casino to ignore the time. So it's right. Anyway, that's what I thought at first, but if we aren't underground, then why are we headed up? The bottom half of the stairwell is blocked off. Could it be possible that we are heading up now only to head down again later? We might reach the roof and to escape, just die and fall down. Wait a second, it might be the ending of the story. We will fall down from the roof and die. I'm not sure about that. Think about our situation logistically. Well, shoot logistically. If we remember the Thought movie, so you would never be able to escape because the next actually antagonist was really insane. I don't follow. Pretend you're sent. Oh hey, maybe you don't need to pretend. Either way, I don't care how rich you are. If you're going to build a facility this complex to host exit corners, you're going to try to build it as efficiently as possible. Any extra space is useless, especially since you're planning on blowing it up at the end of the day. The more complicated you make our intended path, the more likely that problems crop up. I'd wager that Sand wants to keep potential complications to a minimum. Well, when you put it that way, it does sound pretty convincing, don't it? So I decided to have a look at those chairs at the bottom of the stairs. There were a bunch of them built high, but I wanted to see what was underneath. And what you find? Just concrete. The chairs weren't actually covering anything up. I don't know why they're even there. Concrete? That's it? It doesn't tell us anything. Oh, shut up. I'm not an expert, but I think that's proof that I was right and that there's nothing below us. How do you know that your proof is concrete? It's my intuition. You can go have a look for yourself if you want. Draw your own conclusions. I think your theory is flawed, right? Yeah? And why is that? No matter how wealthy Sand is, he can't just slap an underground facility together just by snapping his fingers. He'd need to hire contractors to arrange the constructions for him. There are countless regulations in place that need to be followed for the project to even leave the planning phase. underground facility have even tighter building restrictions. Well, so it was created like many years ago, so it might be still a basement of this hotel. Buildings as big as this one required an automatic sprinkler system on all the ground floors. Wait a second. If this is an old building, there's no sprinkler system. And wait a second, do you see them? And yet I haven't seen a single. Oh, you haven't. How the hell do you know that? It's an international building code. I once looked into getting an underground home, so I did some research and never ended up buying one, so... Wait a second. Get an underground home? Why do you need an underground home? Are you afraid of nuclear strike? In any case, I don't think it's possible that we are underground. But wait a second. If you're afraid of nuclear strike, those people are building themselves without any plan or project. Yeah, well, I still stand by what I said. I don't think there's anything below us. I don't see how that can be correct, but believe what you will. As much as I want to tell them they was right, something definitely doesn't add up here. Forget it, this is just making me angry. Can we move on now? Inks shrugged. I have the large iron door open and slip through, followed by Beth and Lisa. By the way, it could be like in Harvester that, by the way, you could play it. We inside the computer. Our bodies are unconscious somewhere. You look like you want to tell me something, Heather. Sort of. Think we could talk privately for a bit? Sure, what's on your mind? You've noticed too, right? Everyone is acting so hostile? Yeah, I've noticed. It's pretty hard not to. What little trust had for each other has vanished. Everyone thinks that Saint is one of us. Do you think so too, Ink? Is Saint really one of us? No, I don't think so. I think he's dead right now. So I'll answer, no, he's not one of us. I'm not saying I don't have my suspicions, but I don't want to believe it. The other contestants have their quirks, to be sure, but I don't think that any of them are bad people. That goes for you too, of course. By the way, I don't remember in Danganronpa, was there actually antagonist one of us? Well, if I say, I just recall, but if I say it, you'll be a spoiler. And you think that Saint is a bad person? No. Hopefully you don't find that too naive of me. I know you can't just delegate people as being good or bad, but the person who set all this up is a total sadist. I don't think any of us fits the bill. And I have no mouse in my screen, it was just computer, so wait a second, if said it's really computer, we'll repeat the plot of different game and story. I feel the same way. I don't believe that any of us is sent. The reason I asked was to see if we could come up with a way to dispel some of the group's paranoia. I don't think we are going to get very fine executions if we are all so distrustful of one another. Wait a second, only you, Ink, who's... well, it's Ink who's solving all the puzzles. Not any one of you. You're not helping. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I didn't use the hint system yet. It's though to act like a team when everyone's suspicious of everyone else. You and I seem to be on the same page, but I'm not sure if we'll be able to inspire what is this word? In other words, so easy. Camaraderie? What is this word? Okay, let's check it out. Never heard about this. Camaraderie. So it's like comrades? Wait a second, in this case this word must be Russian. Mutual trust and friendship among people. So it was like comradeships. They're an opinionated bunch, that's for sure. Did you have anything in mind? To get everyone to trust one another, I mean. No, why don't we try some improv games or charades? Everyone loves charades, not me. I'm not sure if the others would really be down for that. I was kidding, you dork. Right, I knew that. I'm not always so gloomy, you know. I've been told I'm pretty playful on a normal day. Is it so? Looks like I'll have to catch you on a normal day then. Two contestants shared a warm smile. Ink felt a shiver creep up his spine. What's wrong with me? It's not the time. Get together, Ink. He cleared his throat in an attempt to steer the conversation back on course. I'm not sure if we are going to be able to successfully convince the other contestants to trust each other. Oh, why not? The rest of them seems to be beyond persuasion. And the only way we are going to be able to get everyone to work together is if you provide them irrefutable proof that Sen isn't one of us. It's a shame that neither of us will be able to. We've been at Sen's mercy from the outset of exit corners. He has complete control and says isn't a damn thing we can do about it. 1 second. Maybe not. The amount of planning that went into this game is insane. I don't think Sen would be careless enough to leave any kind of compromising information lying around. Don't get discouraged, Ink. There must be something Sen overlooked. Even if there was, who said we'll be able to find it? Have some confidence. You're that detective, remember? You've got to lead by example. I also happen to think you're pretty smart, dude. If anyone's going to outsmart Sen, it's going to be you. I'm glad you think so, Arthur, but I'm just an English student. My skill set doesn't exactly lend itself to this. Of course it does. You're a reader, right? I'm sure you've read your fair share of detective novels. Well, yeah, I read a lot, and what was it? But I really don't think. And I'm sure your spelling and grammar are impeccable. Are you being serious right now? Don't tell me that one of the puzzles will be about spelling or something. Absolutely. So, it's settled. The first step to beating exit corners is to prove that Sen isn't among us, using spelling and grammar. What? Yeah, why not? Why not? I don't know how to do this. Alright, another chapter done. Number 6. Celsius? Celsius, is it about temperature? One step at a time. Wait a second, what was the puzzle? Just turn next, it was so lame that it's not really a puzzle. Celsius might be about temperature. He said something about temperature, by the way. Because we're still wet, so he will rise the temperature or something. Well, Celsius, it's temperature. Maybe it's spelling wrong, I'm not sure. I'm not I didn't look at the screen, I said I'm not sure. Here it is, I'm not sure. Oh gosh. Okay, it's 11th time when this happened to me. I'm sure I'm clever enough to be of any real help. Don't say anything. You're smarter than you give yourself credit for. Heather had asked him to help her with a daunting task. She wanted his help in proving that Sent was not one of the 5 contestants. Wait a second, so we selected that Sent is not among us, so that's the outcome of this decision? This really different passes? Link agreed to help, despite his growing suspicion. He figured he had nothing to lose in keeping an eye out for anything compromising Sent may have left behind. And we still have time. Okay, this episode will be the last, this chapter. I know we can figure something out if we work together. Besides, you're the only one who's willing to cooperate with me. If you don't help, then... Hey, I never said I wouldn't help. Just don't get too hopeful. I don't even know what it is we are looking for. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Let's catch up with the others. We don't want to fall behind, do we? After you. It's definitely basement. Where else could it be? Or top on the roof. If it's air conditioned, but it doesn't look like air conditioned, it's boiler. And yeah, there's a boiler room just sitting at the top of that stairwell? Yeah, that makes sense. The other contestants were scattered about the chamber. Liz and Bess were messaging their contacts, so Liz is messaging still. While Ray was focused on the next puzzle, Ink approached him. You want something? Sorry for taking so long back there. Did I miss anything important? Did we get a new recording from Sand? Nah, no recording. No message of any kind as far as I can tell. I'm assuming the door's locked. How's the puzzle going? It's functional, but I have no idea what the combination is. Sand didn't leave a clue this time, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to work from. It's right over there, if you want to see it for yourself. Wait a second. SDFKN? How can we solve it in this case? Black, white, no hints? Well, we didn't start it, but if we think right now... And the name of this chapter was Celsium, so C is Celsium? I'm not sure about the... F can be Fahrenheit, K is Kelvin, and I don't know what's DNN. Okay, it's maybe a word. I almost wanna say we are supposed to spell something, but there aren't any vowels. Exactly, it's gotta be some sort of code or pattern. These puzzles are getting more and more confusing. Yeah, this one's pretty... Hacking strange, I mean, without a clue. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to solve this thing. Strange for Sand to not leave us one. So far, all we know is that the combination is 5 or few letters long, so let's just start. Wait a second. Maybe you can enter them several times, so in this case, D and N are not needed. What's the plan? Then. With me, I'm gonna mess around with the buttons for a bit. Maybe we should all work on it together? I'll pass, I'll figure it out fast on my own. See you. Well, what about Beth and Lisa? Do either of you have any ideas? I'm busy. Oh, Beth, did you want a hand with that? No, thank you. Can manage on my own. Come on, guys, we need to stop being so distrustful of one another. The idea that Sand is one of us, that's just ridiculous. I'm sorry, but do you have any proof that Sand isn't one of us? Well, no, but do you have any proof that Sand is one of us? Congrats. Irrefutable proof. No, I don't. Well, then, neither of us can disprove the other's claim, so... Oh, please. It doesn't work like that either. If you think for a second that I'm going to do anything other than what's safest for me, you're mistaken. Don't care now how little proof I have. I'm not going to satisfy Sand's twisted ego by playing exit corners the way he wants me to. Now, paranoid at its finest. What's with that looking? Don't tell me others filling your head with this garbage. What was this? It's not like that. I just think that... Oh, I don't give a shit what you think. I expected better from you, that's all. But like, how could Sand just be one guy? Isn't it a little far-fetched? Too much work went into this place to be the work of a single person. You're right. It's the work of 3 or 4 people, minimum. 4 people, right. It doesn't change a thing. For all I know, I'm the only person here who isn't in on this. Is it really what you think? 1 second. Please, Arthur, stop this. You're doing more harm than good. In case you've forgotten, Sand refers to us as contestants. So, just a name? There's meaning in the name, my dear, and I believe that Sand is telling us something. We aren't allies, we are opponents. I still cannot see how can we be opponents. This game, if it's only consists of puzzles, there's nothing to win, there's no score. Just continue playing this game slowly and safely. Don't go wandering off alone, and don't turn your back on your fellow contestants for too long. It's the only reasonable things to do. Others had nothing to it. Best put her back to the wall and return to her Jiminy. Why does everyone have to be like this and can't be one of us? There's no way. It's alright, Heather. Let's MP for now. Why don't the two of us have a look around? Maybe we can find another clue for the puzzle. Alright. The two of them made their way to the tangle of pipes, leading the wall and scoured it together. I don't even know what we are looking for. I guess I'll just keep my eye peeled for anything that appears out of place. Okay, if I look at this right now, I simply see nothing at all. Let's take our time with this one. Don't want to miss anything. Of course not, but don't forget that we have a time limit. By the way, I now understand why I know this for sure. When the first episode, they actually changed the camera angle because creators thought to make a widescreen game, but next switch to this 4x3. 24 hours seems like a long time, but there's no telling how big exit corners really is. That's a fair point, and actually that reminds me of something. Excuse me for a moment. Strange. Sam told us that there was a 24-hour time limit, yet he gave us no way of measuring how much time has elapsed, except the phone with the date on it. My Gemini doesn't even tell time, which is pretty stupid. Still, that doesn't mean I can't use it to learn the time. Oh yeah, you can use contact. Hey Sin, you there? What is it? I haven't managed to break into your room yet. If that's what you were wondering? No, that's not it. I was just wondering how much time has gone by since the first time I messaged you. About 2 hours? 2 hours? No, we spent more, I guess. You guys don't have a clock, watches? Nope. What time is it right now? About 1 p.m. 1 p.m. So this means that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? What? In 11 hours? It will change the date, except it's not a date on PDA. Sensing, remember? Message me as soon as you manage to get into my room. About that, the door to your dorm is hella locked. How do I need to seduce to gain access to your place? I think one of the janitors is legally blind and like 80 years old. You might have a reasonable shot with them? What? Hola, it gets spicy for once. But seriously, why couldn't you be a normal, good damned sophomore and live with a roommate? This was my question. Several episodes ago. You're resourceful guy, Sin. I'm sure you'll figure something out. But what is sophomore? It's kinda interesting. So, he's not socialized or what? Having roommates, for me, looks strange. You cannot trust other people. Especially strangers. Sophomore, it's second grade? I didn't know that sophomore. So you getting roommates only on second year, not the first one. I don't understand. No, it's not normal second year student. So he's not normal. Let's hope so. Say hi to Arthur for me. Ciao ciao. All right, very strange. Damn, 2 hours already? I guess time flies when you're having fun. Ink. Sorry, I got distracted. What's up? I think I found something. Adam pointed to a pipe, not 2 feet above the floor. The weapons pipe is loose. We could turn it clockwise if you wanted to. Looks a little warped. Maybe it's just old. It actually looks like in the simple encounters. Hotel. 4 elements hotel. All of the other valves along this wall are still tight. It's the only one that's still budge. That does seem to be fishy. You might be onto something. Should we turn it? Let's be cautious, yeah. No! Why not? Ian thought he'd heard one of the other contestants chime in, but Asa was the only person standing nearby. He shrugged. Yeah, why not? Ian knelt down and brought his hand to the valve, accidentally hitting his elbow while the logic still counts. Hey, don't touch anything! Ian snapped back to his feet. What are you thinking? You have no idea what's going to happen when you turn that thing. No, but we don't know until we try, right? Idiot! What if it triggers a trap? It might also unlock the door. But at what expense? I'd rather do nothing at all than be wrong on this one. It looks harmless enough. I bet those scanners on the other room looked pretty harmless too. Which scanners? The ones in the elevators. Or do you not remember that we almost drowned? Oh, those ones. It all happened so fast. One moment I'm messaging my father and before I know it, hello contestant. What did you just say? I know what you mean. Wait a second. What's wrong with this? Messaging? I don't remember what was... Is it immediately started or there was time? No, it was a time. Let's select the first. What? Why did you change your tone like that? Repeat what you just said. Was messaging my father and then startled me? That's all? And what did he say? Hello, contestant? Are you sure that's what you heard? Exactly what you heard. I don't remember what was the third word. Because I'm sure my hearing is perfect. It's pretty adamant claim. Still, this is interesting. What's got you so excited? Didn't you hear the same thing? Yeah, pretty much. Hey, about that. Well, wait a second. So what was this? I don't want to replay the chapter 2 figured out. Hello, contestants. Don't even think about touching it. Too late. You turned it? Well, I was about to, not have it turned. It's just kinda... Right, toss it what remained of the vault into the floor. Why would you do that? There could be a clue somewhere, and that loose little knob was too suspicious looking not to touch. More importantly, the look on your face is priceless. Hugh! Lisa, before you start yelling at him, I suggest you take a look at the puzzle. It was difficult to read from so far away, but a message had appeared on the screen. 0 equals 33 equal 100 and 200 12 equal... Wait a second, the last number is Kelvin? That's for sure. It's the boiling temperature of the water, and 100 is boiling temperature of the water. And I'm not sure about Fahrenheit, but it's definitely maybe the first number, 1. 0 is a 3, I'm not sure. 32 is actually 0 temperature in Fahrenheit. So it could be Fahrenheit, Celsius and Fahrenheit. Count. What about first? What is absolute 0? Absolute 0, no. No, they all related to the water. That does help at all. Doesn't help at all. It does help, I understand now how it's related. And why am I sweating all of a sudden? I knew it! There's our clue! And we are dying right now. Does anyone have any idea what these numbers mean? I'm sure I'll figure it out soon enough. Say, does anyone else find it a little hot in here? Yeah, I guess it's getting a bit warm. Say Arthur? Yeah? Wait a second, you're not sure? Why don't you make yourself useful and go prop the other door open? Oh yeah, I can do that. So the puzzle. I'll do it on my own, right? Just leave me be and I'll have it done in no time. But he definitely will fail, but why? Why do you have this situation right now? Why are you so dead set on doing this alone? There'll be a faster this way, trust me. You can't know that. What's wrong with you? Everyone? What's wrong right now? The door won't open! What? We unlocked it just a few minutes ago. It must have locked itself again just now. It won't move an inch. So why we close it after? As we remember, in Zero Escape, somebody actually blocked the door for closing once. This all your fault, right? The door must lock itself when you turn the valve. So what? Now I'm gonna solve the puzzle and move on. Hey guys, what do you want? He clutched at his chest. He found himself panting. It's like really warm all of a sudden. Can you save your argument for later? I'd like to leave this room pronto. I agree. You got a bad feeling about this. You think this is supposed to be a trap? Sure, it's a bit toasty in here. Maybe it'll get a bit warmer. It's not gonna kill us. So why is this so different? I thought not even feeling any heat, right? Just a little bit and ink is almost dying? Very strange. It's interesting. And what do you know about it, Wasn't you, I'll bet. So you know that hundreds of people die each year from excessive temperature? Yeah, but what? But that's not even... And I'm sure you're well aware that without water or air circulation, even moderate environments can be dangerous. Without water, with water it's more dangerous. You better survive in the desert without any humidity rather than on some island with the same temperature. Still getting warm in here. If the temperature keeps increasing, you'll be vulnerable to hypothermia, or it means that you cannot drink water. Yay! Once your body temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius, you'll be in serious trouble. But actually, so the 42 again Celsius. Stop showboating and get started on the puzzle, will you? Okay, so they will raise temperature up to 100 Celsius. Fine, whatever. Let's solve this thing. Okay, I think we already solved it. Except Okay, look. There we go. I'm not sure about these two. But 100 is Celsius, this one is Fahrenheit, and it's Kelvin. I had never heard about any other things, but it's like DN or ND. Okay, DN, SFK. And we saw it from the first try. Well, it tried left and right. I don't know, the game is super easy. Then CFK? The different units of temperature. I lined them up with their boiling points. In Celsius, see water boils at 100 degrees in Fahrenheit, water boils at 2. Yeah, what about the other two? I do understand this. So guess it's the other two. Wait a second! This game is reading my own mind? I can't believe this. I really guess the other two. But it looks like I'm right. There's a door. I think it's unlocked. Let's get out of here. Right. Why started for the door first? As soon as he gripped the handle, however, he snapped his hand back. God, this door is fucking hot. I said this. No, hacking hot. For heaven's sake, stand aside. Situation, let's grab the handle and have the door open. Wait a second, how did you do this? You have not a real hand? Cool air poured in from the neighboring room. Wes held the door open with your foot as the other contestants, included, ran through. Very strange. She could use her own clothing, but to use this handle, but her own hand, I don't understand this. Bess hurried through the door herself before it closed with a loud thud. And wait a second, yes, there's no their screen. It's another puzzle. The damp passage offered instant relief from the cold and heat of the boiler room, and it looks like basement. Ing stumbled over to the nearest bolt and leaned against it. The smooth stone was welcoming cool. Still panting, he watched as Bess alternated between blowing on her palms and placing them on the cold stone wall. She must have burned her hands when she opened the door. Adrenaline trance pain, I guess. Idiot! What's wrong? An angry Lisa cut short Ink's moment of relief. Wait, did she just slap right across the face? Bossy, I guess that's one way to get everyone's attention. But I apologize this instant. Apologize? For what? You're the one going around slapping people. Almost got me killed. I made it very clear that nobody was to touch that valve. Cause you had to go ahead and act like 5 years old. Yeah, we by the way could simply solve this puzzle. First, okay, figured out that it's related to temperature, which was very easy. Well, wait a second, it was easy because I know the name of the chapter, but... Yeah, if there was no Celsius on the name of the chapter, might be I will not able to solve it before we get the numbers. I don't know why I expected anything else. Wait a second, but no, in the previous chapter he said that it will be about temperature, now it will rise. He hadn't turned the valve, the clue would never have appeared, and we'll still be stuck in there. Might have been able to find the answer without the clue. We wouldn't have had to put ourselves in harm's way. And how do you suppose we would have accomplished that? There were thousands of possible combinations. Wait a second, not thousand. So still we used every single one, so it's 5. So combinations 2, 3, 4, oh gosh. 24, okay, around 100, not sure. But it's not thousands. Or maybe I'm wrong. As you saying that you already knew the answer. Sent. You think I'm sent? Where the hell do you get off? Spit flew from Lisa's lips as she yelled. Instinctively, In took a few steps back, though there wasn't much room to move. You can't blame us for suspecting you, Lisa. It was you who suggested that Sent is one of us in the first place. I can't help but wonder if that was to draw attention away from yourself. Nobody asked for your opinion, thanks. Watch your tone when speaking to me, young lady. You've done nothing but move and complain since the moment I met you. Grandma finally loses her lul. This shit's hilarious. Grandma? Only my actual grandchildren have the right to call me that. Beth's eyes narrowed and her breathing grew heavier. Beth's comment had made her angrier than being so possible. My, look at you. You pretend to be all calm and in control, but really you're just a small old hag. No wonder your son doesn't want to talk to you. What a silly reason to throw a tantrum. You had best get your act together, Grandma. You. Yes, even Beth is joining in. This is turning into one huge mess. They'll be at it for a little while, but this might be my chance. Hey, Elva. Ezra, like In, had been watching the argument unfold from the sidelines. The infighting seems to upset her, but she made no effort to intervene. Yeah? Can I talk to you for a second? Is now really the best time? Yes, but we can't talk here. Come with me. In turned and began to walk back towards the boiler room door. Wait, you aren't going back in there, are you? We need to talk, privately. There's only one place we'll be able to do that. But it's still boiling hot in there. I need you to trust me on this one, Ether. You do trust me, right? I do. Thanks. I'll make it as quick as possible. He shows the door open with his jacketed arm, not daring to touch the iron with his bare hands. Wait a second, but he was the one who is actually feeling hot. Almost no one then. Actually, almost all of them were good. The room, while still muggy, had cooled ever so. Slightly. Walls, wires, and pipes alike were dripping with condensation. I guess the room's designed to cool itself after we solved the puzzle, or something. As I exhausted, stared at Ian in confusion. So, why did you want to talk to me? I have a favor to ask. It's important. Okay, but why ask me here? I want to avoid someone. Even now, I'm not sure how safe we are, but it's worth a shot. Be as quiet as you can, okay? Sure thing, super quiet mode. Activate. We don't have long, so I need your full attention. Pay careful attention to what I'm about to tell you. Wait a second, Inks knows something that I don't know? It's a cliffhanger. Alright. I think that's all for today. Let's check extras. Paranoia. So these question marks were paranoia all the time. Or what? Okay, what about these question marks? So it's changing. And we have little progress with Ray. But something good with Ether. So there might be different endings, I'm not sure. I wonder what happens if they load to 0. What do you need for this? What's the next chapter name? Enemy? So we have an enemy? So right now we finished 6 chapters out of around 30, I'm not sure how many, 29 or 30. This means we finished one of 5 parts of the game. So 5 streams in total. If I stream every single day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So yeah, next week I'll finish it. Don't know what will be the next game. Don't remember it at all. Anyway, yeah, this game has too many links to other visual novels that I played, not just Zero Escape, many other. Well, they're all the same, actually. But not every single visual novel about closing space, no. Some of them about time traveling, being hikikomori, murder, and other stuff, detective stories, horror stories as well. But I don't know, puzzles are very easy, maybe I'll stack on one of them, maybe. Right now everything was good. Alright, that's all. Let's see who can we rate. I hope it will save, if not we can always go to extras and use catch up tool. I think that's not a problem. Well, let's see, who should I rate? Who can I rate? Who is online? Not sure. Huh? Why constantly is nobody online at this time? Is it too late? Well, we have daylight change in time. I don't know why they removed 1 hour from the evening sun. I think it's a crime. You're not letting people enjoy the sun. So we have. Why everyone playing Apex Legends? It's definitely not the games that I'm going to rate. Line games, no. Thanks. Okay, let's rate Daytona TV with Mario Party Superstars. Is it another online game? Might be. Daytona TV. Okay, looks alright. So thank you, Foxy Shadow, for sharing this novel with me. It actually looks very short. I just cannot spend too much time. I will try to maybe start earlier tomorrow, but I'm not very sure about this. I will try. I will try. So see you next time. Thank you for joining the stream. See you. Bye. Good luck and good night. Well, it's actually a good night for me. See you.